Welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Want to give a quick shout out to the replay gang. If you missed this party we are about to have, I can guarantee you, even though it didn't even happen yet, I can guarantee you it is a good, grand old time, and you're missing it. The replay is going to be fun, but make sure you hit the subscribe button and ring that bell so every time I go live, you'll be notified. Usually, I am always here Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, but yesterday I did an impromptu stream, and anybody who didn't get notified missed it. And really quick before we begin, I also want to give a shout out to the sponsor of the stream, mysickshirt.com. Whatever your flavor, they've got it. All great stuff, including the original Indian Jesus merch, as well as a brand new one. Jesus was an ass man. You goddamn right. And the only place to get it, mysickshirt.com. All right, so who we got in the building so far? We got Revilement. What's going on? What's going on? Little Toes is here early. What up? What up? All right, anybody else who is here, let us know in the chat. Today, we are going to be talking about, again, we are going to be talking about Ethan Klein. So, normally, I wouldn't want to revisit this so quickly. But the fact that he was talking about this again, first of all, but the fact that he was talking with Tim Dillon really made me want to readdress this and see how you ain't wrong, brother. You ain't wrong. I just wanted to revisit this and see how it played out. Now, like I tell you guys, I usually watch the, whatever I'm gonna bring to you guys. I usually skim through it 2x speed, beforehand, just so I know that it's it's gonna be entertaining, so that we're not sitting here like, oh, I thought this was gonna be better. Don't want to waste your guys' time like that. So I haven't watched the clip of the podcast at all. So before we dive into that, I'm sure not all of you know who Tim Dillon is. And so we can go through that a little bit. He is indeed a gay stand-up comic. And he is part of the Rogan crew. And he's a little bit like, kind of like an Alex Jones light, a diet Alex Jones. Very much into conspiratorial thinking. I don't want to say conspiracy theories, but kind of asking the questions that nobody else will ask. And not quite as going as hard, for better or worse, not going quite as hard as Alex Jones, but still, asking those kind of questions. Speaking of which, I just saw what Project Veritas put out today, and I believe they have something else coming out tomorrow. So pay attention to that and look out. We might be doing another impromptu stream tomorrow. We will see. Hey, we got Dashawn McAway in the building. I just came from his channel. He was just doing a stream about revenge, and it was pretty interesting. How are you doing, brother? So before we get into all this, let's see who Tim Dillon is. This is just a little clip from his last appearance on Rogan earlier. Well, what is it? September yet? So earlier this month. Let's see what we got.
Is that we're Americans. We're deeply selfish monsters that have been bred to destroy all life on Earth. We have to not lose sight of that message. We're here to fuck things up for everyone else, not each other. And that's what we had in the 80s and the 90s. We had a commitment to apathy while our leaders ran around pillaging the earth. And we made great movies and great art, and it was fine. Yes, people got killed, but people always get killed. But now we're at war with each other. We should just be enjoying the spoils of the end of the empire. Truly. We should be enjoying it. So many people got killed, murdered, tortured, maimed for us to have all the nice things we have. Do you know how insane it is to not enjoy it? You know how crazy it is to not enjoy a McMahon?
That's where I'm at. We were just talking the other day about, nihilism and how it can be not exactly the most dreadful thing that people make it out to be. And you can take that position that, hey, world's coming to an end, but ain't nothing we can do about it, so may as well enjoy ourselves. Violent loves JRE, always fire. That is on point. I also didn't get a chance to see the episode with Mark Zuckerberg. So if you guys have seen that, again, I'm always looking for content. If there's something to talk about there, we will definitely get into that. But just taking understanding the landscape that we're in, politically or otherwise.
Mention a flat screen TV, a McFlurry. You know how much blood is in the street for those things? And people act like they don't even matter. And they're fighting about all this bullshit. It's crazy. Anyway, that's the truth. That's the real truth. Nobody wants to hear it, but that is the truth. We have a lot of these things are nice, but some of them are ill-gotten gains. Fine. Not everybody picking tomatoes is happy about it. But have you ever had a nice Jersey thick beef steak tomato? It's good. Imagine having one and then fighting with someone about something. It's stupid. If there's a
Jersey tomatoes, Jersey strawberries, Jersey blueberries. You heard it here.
Hell, we're all going. And if there's not, we get reincarnated when we're Beatles or something. But just enjoy it. And nobody wants to enjoy it. And that's what makes me upset. Is that we used to have a country built on enjoyment, built on fat, stupid people enjoying the work of a small group of demons. And now we can't even enjoy it. Can't even have fun.
That would be the only way to get us out of this.
That's right.
If we ever realize that the problems that we have with issues are far smaller than the problems or the issues that we agree on. Like everybody agrees we have to have less crime. Everybody agrees that we have to have more education. Everybody agrees that we have to have safer streets and safer cities. Everybody agrees that.
That's right.
And the things that we disagree on, people disagree on like how to make those things a reality though. Yeah. How do you have less crime? Is it by letting
it's also
people out of jail?
Us being divided helps. It helps people who want to just continually operate in the system as it's constructed. And whether that is the system of perpetual war or the system of the banking sector, the dominance of the financial sector, or the system is tech companies set up to have these political relationships, how they're presently constituted. People who are thriving in the system and using it to their ends do not want it changed. And people hating each other helps them.
It definitely does. Do you think that that's just human nature and you're just doing it while this is happening, or do you think it's orchestrated? So this is the question, right? Is the dissent and is some of it, we know it's manipulated by other countries.
Yes.
We know that China does it. We know that they have these huge Russian organizations that in their troll farms.
Yeah.
We know that that's going on. Well, the idea that we wouldn't do that to ourselves if we were trying to get people riled up about it.
To an extent, it's probably an inherent flaw in democracy, but I'm glad I lived in one, and I'm glad I lived in the time I did. But I do think, a democracy kind of descends probably into an oligarchy eventually. The vast majority of the citizens go, I don't want the responsibility of citizenship. So a few really highly motivated psychopaths go, we'll handle it. We'll take it from here. And then those people are fighting over their own interests constantly.
Do you think it should be illegal to pretend to represent a human being when you're a corporation that is promoting your own needs? So do you think that like
I don't think that should be illegal. It's just highly unethical.
Corporation that hires, whether it's a foreign corporation, let's say it's a foreign one, so it's not connected to us, that hires a company to propagandize about a specific political issue that's going to be a hot button target, and they do it as a bunch of people that attack people and go after people with dissenting opinions and quote tweet them and attack them, and you find out it's not even a real person.
Right.
That should be illegal. That seems to me like if we're allowing that in this country.
Oh yeah, but we'll continue to allow anyone with enough money.
But don't you think that thing right there, just that's insidious? Like pretending you're a person for a specific propaganda and having it like 1,000 accounts and you're running it through computers and you've got people who are responding to things. You got people that are just retweeting things and posting things, and it's all just propaganda.
Insane that the Congress, the Congress members who went.
And I mean, I'm not jumping in too much on this just because I want to give some context to who Tim Dillon is, and then I want to get into the main event. But as always, I've always got something to say. So
started trading stocks based on the knowledge of how bad coronavirus was, still have jobs, right? All of this is kind of insane. We're just at peak insanity here. And there's, I mean,
are we at the peak?
I don't know if we're at the peak, but we're close to it. Like I do believe with the way things are going, and you're looking at some really crazy trends. And I don't know when they come to a conclusion, and if they do, or without something, a war or some violent or whatever. But like, it is just, we're living in a time now where we all know everything's fucked, but we're mostly powerless to change it.
Yup.
And that's when society starts to decay past a point, and everybody just kind of sits back and watches it like a show, and it just descends into eventually something that becomes more and more unmanageable. And then either a strongman dictator type comes in, or there's some massive war that resets things, or there's some natural disaster. But it feels like we're kind of at that point. That's why I'm glad we lived in the era that we lived. And we really should just be happy. We should be really happy. We should go, it's nice that we got the run we did, because it's not getting better. I mean,
imagine having, knowing what you know now. Imagine living, growing up in the 60s and dying in like the 90s. Like growing up meaning that's when you're like young and you're, but not like a child. You know what I mean? But growing up, you're in the 60s as a young adult, and then you've got the 70s, 80s, 90s, and then you're done. And you never have to see any of the bullshit that we're dealing with on a daily basis.
Here's what's interesting.
or maybe it will, and God bless.
When I was a kid, I remember reading about like the fall of the Roman Empire and the fall of the Greek Empire. And then I was thinking about America.
Yeah.
And I was like,
That could never happen here.
is this thing going to go away someday?
Right.
Is that possible? Is it possible that this is just one? I mean, we want to think it's fucking permanent, but I bet the people of Rome felt the same way.
Of course they did.
This is how it is. This is how I live every day. This is not going to change.
Right.
And Russians know.
They know.
They know.
They know.
They've been through it.
Our society will go down. Nothing will ever be funnier. America will come apart in one of the funniest ways. All of these people, these grifters, everybody circling the wagons, the Caitlyn Jenners, the Donald Trump. It'll be funny till you'll die laughing. Literally, you'll die, but you will be laughing. It will be the most absurd and insane thing. It will be out of a fucking dystopian horror movie, and it won't be funnier than America, because we're a crazy country full of crazy people, and everybody's just trying to suck the last few dollars out of this bloated pig corpse of an empire before the end. And I'm no different. Watch my special and subscribe to my pod. What am I going to fucking sit here? What am I going to go preach on a fucking mountain? We got to make a little money here.
So that's pretty much, Tim Dillon. I could have chosen to, go through one of his entire podcasts to really give a better picture on who he is, but I don't really think that's super, super relevant. I think as long as you kind of get where he's coming from, then, when it comes to the conversation, then, we'll know where he's coming from. So this is from earlier in the podcast. They're not talking about Tate yet. They're just talking about Texas and moving to Austin and Joe Rogan. So let's play this, and then we get into it.
Make no mistake.
But I moved to Austin. A friend of mine moved there, Joe Rogan. I don't know if you know him. And he does a podcast.
Right?
He does a podcast. And
Pito?
I don't think so. I don't think you could find that.
I've never seen a picture of.
I don't think so.
Okay, right.
And he moved there and he loved it, and he does love it. He really enjoys it.
By the way,
it wasn't for me. It was. I hated it, I was vocal about it. I told everyone I hated it, and I hated everyone I met, and all of the things that people were doing, I hated, and I didn't understand what was going on. Everyone there was like, this is the next city.
Right.
And I didn't get it. I didn't understand it. The lake is the color of sewage.
Oh, okay.
It's a deep green sewage lake. There are homeless people. This idea that there's no homeless
Oh, yeah, because there's no homeless people in LA. Okay.
people there
They're there.
is a lie. They're homeless people there. And by the way,
Is there a thing called smog in LA?
it's like, so it's like this idea that, listen, LA has problems. We all know that it has problems. But, there's shootings there. There's lots of shootings. So it's not
Everyone's armed, right?
Yeah, but it's also like people get drunk. They shoot each other. It's part of the culture. It's fun.
Right.
It's not something. It's a fat bachelorette party goes down there.
See, the funny thing about watching this part is that Tim Dillon is kind of being a little bit tongue in cheek. He's playing up the fact that, all right, Austin isn't for him. He doesn't like it. And he's playing that up. If you look at Hila, she is eating it up like he's just stone-faced talking to her. Look at this. Look at this look on her face.
the culture. It's fun.
Right.
Look at that. That does not look like somebody who's listening to a comedic story.
It's not something. It's a fat bachelorette party goes down there. A bunch of women get off a trolley and they just start going. You know, and it's not my business to tell them to stop.
Right.
There's one sushi restaurant in all of Austin.
Oh my
Right.
You can't eat fish. There is no produce. You know, there is like I get it. It's like they put brisket in the water. This in Austin is not a bit. This is not a bit in Austin. This is something, you know. So to me, it just wasn't. And then the other side of it is like these tech guys who are, you know, inviting you to their houses, and you go to these like massive estates.
You're talking
by
about
tech
Elon,
people.
right?
Not Elon. Elon, I went to one thing with him that was just 7 people, and it was New Year's Eve, and it was somewhat boring. It was fine. He's clearly a very brilliant guy, but it wasn't like a hoot.
Okay.
It was like fine. But there's other guys down there that will invite you over, and like they don't eat. They don't do any like we played pickleball with one guy.
They want to live forever, these guys.
Yeah, it's kind of a ex machina thing,
Mhm.
and it's just not like inviting. They don't eat.
They don't eat pizza.
No, they don't eat anything.
Yeah.
They have like nuts. They have like packets of things that satiate
I
them.
mean, look at Jeff Bezos. Look at his body.
Yeah.
That man doesn't eat.
Yeah.
Well, they're just
He
on a
eats
different.
nuts.
Human things bother them. Human things, and
So you can see they're getting along. They're you know, it's a nice conversation. It's not anything that's like, you know, they're enjoying stuff. They're doing a podcast. It's just pretty standard so far.
one of the guys was telling me like when you walk in, you're like hello, and he's like, and because they're not socially, you know, with it. There's other words for it, but let's just say they're not like fun socially. Like there's many things, and they'll just be like, hey, how are you? And then they'll just start right in. They're like, you know, there needs to be another city built that competes with Austin. You know, we need to build another city that competes with Austin. I'm going to build a university, and I'm going to have different parkways, and that way we're going to reduce the pressure on the traffic. And you go, all right, I can't.
It's intense.
You know, it's intense. That's the word for it. Yeah.
Did you want a new water, or is that okay?
Again, the irony is that you don't realize that Ethan and Hila are exactly the type of people that Tim is talking about.
Would love one. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you can leave my hot tub water here.
No.
It's a town of breakfast tacos, college kids, tech sociopaths, you know, and God bless everyone that enjoys it.
Yeah.
And when you move somewhere and you don't like it, you're the asshole if you stay.
Right.
You have to then leave and go, everybody. It's a city for people that didn't want to eat. They want to eat tacos outside.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they want to do.
Really?
It's people that
comes down to that.
Well, a lot of it really does, though. It really actually does. It's people that are like, I just wanted to like move here and like be myself. And like Austin lets me be myself. And what that translates to is I wanted to make horrible decisions
Right.
and have them work out here
Right.
because it didn't work out in any of the 3 other cities where I was a lazy drug addict.
Right. Well,
So
more affordable, or at least it was.
it was not
anymore. Yeah,
Not anymore.
It's been fucking insane.
Yeah,
The Texans, they hate Californians, right? Like
it's a war.
if you go there with a California license plate, I hear that it's like on site.
It's on site,
Yeah.
and it's in my special.
Yeah.
It's I mean, there was a woman who was cutting my hair, and she's like, honey, here's what you need to come to my church.
Oh
And
God.
you need to meet my daughter because she's funny too. And then I'm like, okay, at least show me, because I'm gay, so I don't really have anything to do with
What are you
women.
gonna do at church?
Not sexual. But I said maybe if she showed me like a gorgeous Texas bombshell, I'd go, you know what? Maybe I do want to
Give it a shot.
right?
I definitely got to meet one of these southern belles, like a true southern belle. I heard they're a different breed. Ron says, yeah, man, what y'all thinking?
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah.
But her daughter has blue hair.
Mm-hmm.
Is like, you know what I mean? Like the absolute opposite of
Well, not necessarily your type.
not my type. So it's like these are the worst people.
That
Austin
doesn't
is
mean you
like
gotta
if
leave.
the Proud Boys and Antifa got married
Wow.
and had a city where you just like everyone's kind of the worst version of.
Really?
That's a lot. You know,
Yeah.
it's interesting because there's so many people. I don't know if Joe Rogan he moved there and started like a whole movement. And
He's always loved it. He always loved it. When he lived here, he liked it. And I guess I get it if you know, he hunts and he there's more nature stuff, which is great. I don't,
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. But I don't know. I just don't buy that people are moving there and being happy. I don't believe it. But the thing is,
Certain type of-
You don't believe that people are moving there and being happy. It's almost like there's not an entire population of people moving there and talking about how they're very happy.
there's one thing they go, there's
Yeah.
no sales tax. Okay, that's cool.
right.
It's not LA, and not everybody is liberal and always talking about social justice. So how could you possibly be happy?
Houses are cheaper, debatable now.
sure. Yeah.
Other than that, it's like, man, if I'm making let's say, if
Yeah.
I'm making $1 million,
Right.
it's not worth it for me to save $100,000
Right.
and live in fucking Texas.
No shit, bro. But if you're making $1 million, you can already afford to live somewhere in LA that is not, I guess he means $1 million a year. You can already afford to live somewhere in LA, which isn't where most people in LA would live and want to leave because of it. Come on, man.
I understand Miami.
You know,
I've always
Come
understood
on,
Miami.
man.
I understand the beach, I understand
Nice.
the ocean. I understand, like, hey, I want to save money, and then here.
Mhm.
But Texas, I went there and I thought, like, listen, Austin is a specific version of Texas too, that is kind of weird. Like,
Let's also remember, as he's saying, keep Austin weird has been a saying for a long, long time. Austin being like a new hipster city, town, whatever, is not a Joe Rogan thing. Like, yes, a lot of people who like celebrities type people move there because of Joe Rogan, but that Austin has always been very, very different. Keep Austin weird is their fucking motto.
it's like not like if you go to Texas, you almost want Texas. Give me Dallas. Give me like women with big hair.
Yeehaw.
Like, yeah, give me that.
Yeah.
But Austin's like this weird thing where it's just like these strange nerds.
I've heard that.
Yeah, it's odd. The whole thing's odd. Nothing works, and the food is atrocious. It's some of the worst food in America.
Okay, that's interesting
Yes, the
because
worst
they
food
tout
No
Texas
way. I don't believe that. I do not believe that for 1 second. He's just, this is all comedy now.
that they have this great cuisine.
Well, here's the problem. Is that you have to be like a drunk college pig
Right.
to enjoy it. Like you have to be like someone without any distinction who's never been
So you are
anywhere.
talking directly to the people of Texas right now.
Well, Austin.
Okay.
Because Dallas has great food.
Oh,
and
okay.
Houston has really good food.
Oh.
Okay.
And Austin has some good barbecue, right?
I
But you
see.
can't eat barbecue all the time because you'll die.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean?
Challenge accepted. I definitely could eat barbecue all the time.
You
Yeah.
just don't feel good with it.
Sure.
But the food there is just not, it's very underwhelming, to be honest. And
And you're a food guy, right?
I'm a little bit of a food guy. Here's the thing. I've shit talked Austin for 3 years, 2 years.
you left
And here's
with
the
a grudge.
deal. Everyone that comes to me that lives there, not one person is not one human being. I said, hey, fuck you, man. Not one person has said that. Everyone kind of goes, yeah, I get it.
You know what? To be honest, though, the people that get defensive
Yeah.
are people that live in places they know are
Yeah,
shit.
like these two, like I like
You
this
know.
one barbecue spot run by 2 lesbians. They just got indicted for tax fraud.
Good
So that's awesome. They just got indicted for like fraudulently doing workman's comp. It's in the paper. So that's awesome.
barbecue, though.
It was really good, the ribs, but it's fallen off. And now I know why.
All right.
Because they're committing crimes instead of cooking.
Right.
All right. So we can see, the start of the conversation was, relatively light and they got along very well. But then we get on to our boy, Andrew Tate. And like I said, I actually haven't watched this at all. So I have no idea what's about to happen.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see.
This one?
I don't even know.
Okay. I know what you did.
Stop.
No, I'm just
Get
kidding.
in.
It's not about that. Andrew Tate, I want to talk to you about.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Is he big?
All right. Let's make a drinking game out of this. Every time Ethan says hate group, anytime he brings up ISIS or the KKK, we're going to take a drink. That's it. Let's do it.
Banned him on everything?
he's
Yeah.
banned on everything. I know
Seems
you
a
didn't
little-
love that. I love it.
Well, yes, I know that you love it, but I just worry about.
Yeah, I know you love it because you don't have any values. And if you don't like somebody, then you want their ability to express themselves to be taken away.
Number one, is he that crazy that you would ban him?
Yes.
Yes.
Actually, I have clips because I wanted to persuade you.
Okay.
You don't need to agree with me.
For sure.
In my
I'm
opinion.
always reluctant to ban anyone.
Right.
Because, yeah,
And I think, honestly, I'm going to say,
Yeah.
because a lot of people go, oh, well, they're going to ban him. They're going to start banning everybody.
right.
But the people who have been truly deplatformed
Yeah.
kind of deserved it.
Shall we go down the list? Do we even need to? As like this all started with Gamergate way back when, and you could get banned for tweeting "learn to code." We have Gina Carano. I mean, go down the list. Go down the list. People deserved it. Yeah, people deserve to have their livelihood taken away because they said a thing that you don't like.
I don't know much about. I know he says a lot of wild stuff. I haven't heard anything where I'd go, he should be banished.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here, let's see. I mean, let's see. I know you've seen a lot of these ones. because I saw you talking about it in your clip. Oh, this video is not available. Yeah, a lot of these are just too insane to put on.
What is he saying that is...
There's a video of him beating, but...
He's saying stuff like that women are the property of their boyfriend or husband, whatever it is. He's saying is...
Okay, which I disagree.
And like, I can understand that you don't like that terminology and even, you know, that notion itself. But it's also very clear that Tate is not prescribing anything. He is describing his life and what he's doing. And, you know, the fact is it's dishonest. It's dishonest to switch that around and act like he's telling people to do all this.
Clearly. That being said, is when he is saying that, are we going to ban every religious person on YouTube that says something that's very similar to that? Right?
No, I think ultimately what he advocates.
Exactly, because especially we were the other day when we did the Sneeko and the Muslims stream. They were talking about how there's so much overlap, and we were talking about how there's so much overlap in the way that women are viewed in the extreme ways in religion, whether, you know, in that case it was Islam, but Christianity too. I mean, read the Bible. You are not an equal person in the Bible if you are not a man. But let's see how he jumps around that.
This is for violence against women.
Yes.
Okay, so I've seen no...
So just gonna not. So he says, what about the other people? What about people who say similar things in a religious context? Well, yeah, but Andrew Tate did this. That's not how we converse. That's not how it works. Like, you don't just say things and then the other person just says things back. It's supposed to be a rat-tat-tat. You're supposed to be in response. But, you know, Ethan Klein.
But he's pro, like, keeping your woman in check.
Okay.
He has videos of him saying, like, if I catch my woman cheating, I think you saw that.
Well,
he referenced it.
Well, I think there's one of the things
you
where...
said, oh, he's joking. He's not.
Well, he said if she came at me with a machete. I think the full context of that, because people were correcting me
Let me
online.
New link. Okay, here.
The full context was he was saying if she grabbed the machete, he'd grab the machete or something like that.
Sounds fair to me.
Dude once said to me,
you think so?
Yeah.
Well, just don't show it. I'll just show it to Tim.
Yeah.
You guys can hear the audio. It's a big ass fucking knife.
Hey, what if you like?
It's called a machete. They were just talking about how it was a machete.
Upset a girl, she catches you cheating and gets a machete.
There's no female alive, even with a machete, that would stand a chance against the immense power I possess. Have you ever seen a woman try and do anything competently? Like, imagine a girl pick this up. If I pick this up, you ain't fucking with me. But I'm a left-hander. I still like jab. I fucking swing low. Take a fucking knee out.
This is Ethan's example. His top #1 example of Andrew Tate talking about violence against women. This is his #1 pick. Andrew Tate clips are everywhere. This is his #1 pick.
A lot.
It feels more, though, to me, like a guy who's being a troll than a guy who's saying kill a woman.
This was the debate. Okay.
But
and again, I'm not saying he should be like a senator.
Right. Go ahead, Hila.
If you take into context also that he's done sex trafficking, does it change your...
Well,
wow, that's pretty strong language. Well, he's done, I don't want to say it again. He's done trafficking. You sure about that? Maybe. I've said from the very first time we talked about Andrew Tate that I've heard some shady stuff in that arena, and that I wouldn't be super surprised if it were true that he was engaged in that stuff. But we see the haters of Andrew Tate just being on TikTok. I'm sorry if I don't necessarily believe that people are accusing him of this stuff. If he, if he gets arrested, then then we have something else to talk about. But until then, hey, we got Trey in the building. Welcome back, buddy. Welcome to the party. We got Ethan and Hila still talking, still hating on Andrew Tate. And even if you are not a fan of Andrew Tate, The point that that really undergirds this whole conversation is how people like Ethan, not just Ethan and Hila, but people like them, automatically move and switch their values based on what is most appropriate for what they want. They don't have values that just apply, and this is how the world should be. It's like, well, okay, this person should be banned because I don't like them, but that person, again, with the religious example that Tim Dillon gave, in a lot of religious contexts, saying that women are the property of men is right what it says in the text, and they openly talk about it. But they shouldn't get banned because Ethan doesn't care about them, because Ethan's religious to some extent. Who knows? Certainly not them.
Listen, 100%. If he's doing sex trafficking, well, then that's yeah. Well, I mean, listen, if that needs to be handled by authorities. I mean,
is he though? Oh, I don't know about that. Oh, I just got dizzy from that.
On the scope of YouTube, yeah, no,
yeah, of course, and
yeah, I mean, that's
the embassy got reported.
No, so what do you think? I'm going to be like, well, that's not a big
deal.
No,
like even if you think that maybe that video was just trolling,
and that's another point. Tim Dillon's just like, what did you think? I was going to say, like, that's no big deal. Same for everyone else. What do you think? You think there's an entire population of people who are just like, he did S trafficking. No, whatever. Like, no, obviously people would care if that ever happened. But because he's never been arrested, he's never had any legal issues with that, as far as I know. What do you want to do? And even when Tim Dillon was saying, well, obviously, if he did that, Hila had to jump in and say, well, oh no, he is. Listen, I mean, this is a straight up defamation.
Handled by authorities. I mean, that's beyond the scope of YouTube. Yeah, no,
yeah, of course, and
yeah, I mean, that's
the embassy got reported.
No, so what do you think? I'm going to be like, well, that's not a big deal.
No, like even if you think that maybe that video was just trolling, like knowing the full scope of who the guy is,
if
kind of
he's doing that,
here's
right?
my take, right?
It's 100%. Not it's a
that's a legal issue. It's not a censorship issue.
Yeah.
So here's my take. Yeah. I think in the totality of his.
Are you ready for the big brain take from Ethan Klein? Here we go. In the totality
work and the influence it's having.
Yeah.
He is recruiting men and encouraging violence and control of women. Now here's where I see it.
Right.
Where's the violence? Again, he just gave his number one pick of all the clips he could find to say that he's promoting violence. And then they just glossed over it. So we talk about, just saying things. He actually brought evidence. But it wasn't good evidence because it didn't support what he was trying to prove. But that won't stop him from claiming it again.
I think a lot of people see it differently.
Yeah.
So we're talking about censorship. We're talking about freedom of speech.
Yeah.
Everybody believes in censorship. It's just a matter of where you draw the line.
Sure.
Do you think, for example, ISIS should be able to have a TikTok channel?
Oh.
What are they doing? Is it
they're just talking about
is cool they're dancing? Then yes.
They're radicalizing people. They're talking about like infidels and we need to stone infidels.
Problem, right?
You need to come to if you don't join us, you're gonna go to hell.
But you might have to delete a lot more channels than ISIS if you are going to apply a very broad definition.
But that doesn't happen.
Oh, I'm not looking to apply that broadly. I just want to get rid of the people that I don't like. It doesn't matter that it would be impossible to implement that across all the platforms equally, because that's not what they're looking for. They're just looking for do what I like.
Well,
but I mean, here's the thing: there's a lot of clerics, Islamic clerics, that are in the UK that say very similar things to that.
Right? Are they on TikTok?
Probably. I mean, you could easily pull up 10 incredibly offensive.
Let me just. I don't think they should be allowed to do that. Yeah, because it's hate speech, right?
Well, it depends on what they're saying. I think it's the hate speech thing is very blurry, right?
Yeah.
Because like if you criticize certain people in a war, for example, right? For example, they allowed the social media companies allowed people to say things about Russian people. Not only Putin, they were able to say hateful things about Russian people during the onset of the Russia-Ukraine war. They were kind of allowing some more of that stuff, right? So
I'm half expecting him to be like, wait, there's a war? I was wondering why I put that flag in my profile.
I think it's really that
You're saying you couldn't support Russia?
No, you could say.
Oh my God, he really doesn't get it. He really doesn't get it. I was joking, but he really doesn't. Like, wait, what? What about? Why is it relevant to talk about Russians right now?
About Russia, you can say kill all Russia, you can say all that stuff. I think a lot of these standards are unevenly applied because it's very difficult to apply standards evenly.
I'm confused about what were people being censored about in the Ukraine?
No, they weren't. They weren't. For example, you were saying if there's hate.
He's so fucking dumb. He's so dumb. It's so easy to sit around a room of yes men and just be like, yeah, that's so dumb. Like, that's like, bro, that's dumb. Like, are you kidding? But you sit with an actual human being who's not paid to lick your asshole. It gets real confusing when you don't know what the hell is going on in the world.
Speech. And you go, what constitutes that? Because
it's I think what constitutes that is, calling for violence or violence against, I
think harassment, for example, doxing and harassment, targeted harassment of people and doxing are very easy to identify and shouldn't be tolerated. But people saying hateful things about each other, or
it's more about targeting a group of people, right?
Sure.
So yeah. Also, like, let's acknowledge.
And who's the group that was targeted, saying that just anything? I mean, if you want to say that he's targeting women, then okay, but what is he doing to target them? Not encouraging violence, as you're suggesting and accusing.
So these are private companies. It's not.
They can do whatever they want.
It's not a free speech.
No,
issue.
they can absolutely do whatever they want.
The government owned Twitter. It'd be a whole different conversation. Yeah. But where I actually agree with them is that. So I personally think if ISIS was doing like the strike challenge on TikTok, I wouldn't be down with that
for sure.
Because ultimately their goal is to radicalize people.
Yes.
And ultimately, kill people like me.
Right.
And lots of other people. Everyone that's not that.
And anyone. Right.
Yeah. It's not even about me. He hates everyone.
No, it's not. He had to correct that because they want to kill people like me. Like, if they want to kill people, it's whatever. But if it doesn't affect me, then I don't really care.
And then, so let's take it a little bit further. Do you think that like the KKK or like ultra-white nationalists should be able to have a TikTok or YouTube channel where they?
I think probably, and the reason I say that is because
how I understand how when Ethan was originally talking about this, he was saying ISIS and the KKK. But in this context, how is it any different than what you just asked? What about the KKK is different than ISIS in the context of what you asked, except for the fact that they are a much smaller and less dangerous group?
I think if you like, we dealt with the KKK for many years by ignoring them, right? KKK, they're able to march, they're able to speak. This is something the Supreme Court ruled on.
Yeah, that's free speech.
Yeah,
that's not what we're talking about.
No, I mean, if TikTok.
That is what he said. That's not what we're talking about. Then what are we talking about, Ethan? That's what we're talking about. What the fuck are you talking about?
To ban their channel, I don't. As a private company, they can do whatever they want. If you ask me, should people with horrible views be allowed on social media? I would say yes, because I think you need to counter those with better views.
I think there's a difference between bad views.
Yeah.
And like dangerous views, like and by the way,
yes,
this whole
that's true.
And the whole like notion of like the battle of ideas or whatever, good ideas be bad ideas. I think we've learned that's not really happening, is it?
Well,
on the internet,
that's not happening. People aren't just maybe it's not happening because you're banning everybody who is trying to engage in that conversation, and now everybody has to self-censor. Maybe if we actually encouraged free speech, then it would work on the internet. This is precisely the issue, Ethan. You are the cause of this issue.
Oh,
it doesn't really happen.
Well, it doesn't happen because these algorithms of these companies are designed to reward negativity, right? They're designed to reward certain things and not reward other things. But I think that the thing is when RT gets deleted,
that's probably why they even see it more paramount to erase that shit.
But like when RT gets deleted from YouTube, and you have people like Chris Hedges, who's an anti-war correspondent, or Abby Martin, or people like that, their entire library of work.
Ethan has no idea who those people are.
Gets deleted, and there are people that don't like them. There are people but they're not engaging in hate speech per se.
Yeah,
and I feel like they're just Chris Hedges, the war correspondent.
So why was his channel?
Well, it was just part of RT, right? So they just deleted this entire
like Russian propaganda.
Well, it was
that was what they said.
Well,
RT is Russian television.
A network that's not American, right? So it's like it's not an American network per se, but you have.
Hey, we got Hector Baba in the building. Welcome. What is going on? Said, what's up, man? Just chilling. We are watching the H3H podcast with Tim Dillon, where they are arguing about whether or not Andrew Tate should or should not have been should have been banned. Hector, welcome. Glad you are here. Enjoy the party.
His entire library of content that gets deleted with that. My thing is, who makes these decisions? Like, these are all unaccountable people that work at these companies that are making these decisions. Is there any process that could be more democratic, more transparent?
No, the FBI just goes to whatever platform and says, we want this, and that's it.
Where the banning is not just an edict of a small group of people. Is there a way to do it that might?
Well, they'll never. It would have to be owned by the government for that to ever be a thing. There's no
of
incentive for them
course, it would have to be owned by the government. No, it wouldn't have to be owned by the government. Just as I was talking about last time when we talked about this, are the phone companies owned by the government? Then why can't we do exactly that with the internet? I'm from Jersey, NJ all day, and shout out to Jersey Shore Extracts. Yeah, NJ all day. What about you? Where are you from?
to do anything not opaquely.
Right. So I just wonder. I don't know what.
I just wonder what's the big fear.
Yeah.
What are you and other people so
always
worried?
that. For example,
listen to that projection. What's the big fear as you try to silence somebody? You are trying to make sure that somebody cannot even speak their ideas. The projection. Listen to
For them to do anything not opaquely.
right. So I just wonder. I don't know what.
I just wonder what's the big fear.
Yeah.
What are you and other people so
And that was pretty rude. He just started a sentence, and then she's just, well, I'm wondering what I want to watch that one more time.
Be a thing. There's no incentive for them to do anything not opaquely.
Right. So I just wonder. I don't know what.
I just wonder what's the big fear.
Yeah.
What are you and other
Thank you, Hector.
people
There's
so
always
worried?
that. For example, people getting kicked off Twitter in the beginning of COVID for saying that COVID may have originated in a lab.
Mhm.
Now that is a belief that's been in mainstream news.
There was a difference, right? At the time, it was like there was literally no evidence to support that.
That's untrue. That's not.
Oh, thank you, Tim Dillon. That was like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? There's no evidence for that.
Not true.
I think it is true.
There were doctors saying that this is a
I think it is true.
manipulated virus. They're saying it's producing effects that they've never seen before. And even if there was no evidence to support it, they ended up being right.
Well, some doctors were saying it was manipulated.
Yeah, but I mean,
the vast majority.
Exactly. That is what is called evidence to the thing that you just said there was no evidence.
Of experts were saying there's no reason to believe
But to delete
that
someone
this was created in a lab. Now,
the vast majority of experts reverse themselves on a lot.
I just want to be clear. I don't think people were getting banned just for saying I think this originated in China. I think
No, Ethan, you don't think that because you don't know anything. That is precisely what people were getting banned for.
people were getting banned for like outright like hateful shit, like calling it like Kung Flu.
Oh, hateful shit, like calling it the Kung Flu. Oh no, you should not be able to speak your mind in the public sphere of politics because you said Kung Flu.
And saying we need to fucking there's people that take it to a degree that is inciting hate and violence against Asian people, which was a problem. So I don't think people were really getting banned.
Yeah, I bet he won't talk about who specifically is carrying out the violence on Asian people.
But there were instances of people that have been banned for certain things where you go, these are now accepted things, or they're now mainstream beliefs.
Right, but you have to draw the difference, right?
Yeah.
People, you could say, I think this originated in China. You would get banned.
Yeah.
Yes, you would have.
People.
Not in China, but in the if you talked about the lab leak theory, when they were saying it was for the wet markets, you absolutely would get banned. Absolutely.
That during a time when Asian people were being fucking attacked.
Alex is the guy who just got kicked off Twitter. Yeah.
Little surprise for you, Ethan. Little surprise. In most cities where there is a heavy Asian presence, there is also usually a high correlation with Asian violence, usually at the hands of African Americans. So I don't really think it has much to do with the fact that Rona came from China.
actually won a court case. He just got put back on. He's a big critic of the vaccine, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just actually won a court case. Part of my thing here is like, should we be giving the people that run tech companies complete and total authority and power over the public domain? And I think that we can all find egregious examples of people that say very offensive things. We go, yes, they shouldn't have a platform. That being said, I don't know that this is when you say like, what is everyone afraid of? I think people like me that make a living speaking or whatever, I don't think we're completely comfortable with giving private tech companies complete control over the public.
But you're not saying anything on the level of what he's saying.
No.
And that's where the argument is completely misunderstood. Well, you're not saying anything that they don't like, so why does it matter? Because what they like changes from week to week. And Tim Dillon definitely talks about things that they don't like. You don't understand that, and Jordan Peterson warned Ethan about this. Remember, they did a podcast, and Ethan, like months later, I think, if not years, deleted the podcast just because he was like, "Oh, I don't, support those views or whatever." And Jordan Peterson was like, "Hey, man, I took my time to go out there and be on your podcast, and now you're taking it down. I don't, I think you should leave it up. You're bowing to the mob, and you will never be able to please these people. You cannot comply your way out of tyranny." Hey, we got 2A Oregon boy in the building. Welcome. I like that name. How is it going? Welcome to the party. If you guys are new here, I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Right now, we are just going through the Tim Dillon and Ethan Klein conversation about whether or not Andrew Tate should have been banned or not. And it's pretty obvious that Ethan and Hila are on the side of their feelings, and Tim Dillon is on the side of having values.
I'm not worried about myself per se. I'm just saying,
boom. He's not even worried about himself when he says that. So I want to hear that whole thing. This is the point that so many people, it's crazy because it used to be the left, it used to be the Democrats that were making these arguments. And right before my eyes, it's flipped. And now it's a right-wing talking point to talk about free speech. But listen to the what Hila says and how that is the worst way to think about this.
I'm completely comfortable with giving. I think people like me that make a living speaking or whatever, I don't think we're completely comfortable with giving private tech companies complete control over the public.
But you're not saying anything on the level of what he's saying.
No. I'm not worried about myself per se. I'm just saying I don't know where things go, and I think that there's a certain acknowledgement of the fact that like small groups of people making decisions for everybody is not necessarily in the interest of everybody, right?
It's the principle. It's the principle that you were banned and silenced for not doing anything wrong. Whether or not you are saying things that are like the solipsism, the selfishness. Well, we don't really care if it's evenly applied, if the rules are evenly applied, because it's not going to affect me. So if other people get fucked for no reason, then whatever.
Throughout history, you've seen that like if you have complete total power, that might not be good.
Right. I feel like
so that's where I just look at Twitter and I go, this is a very small group of people that have complete power.
True.
Yeah, that's my thing.
I feel like that could be a solid thing to talk about, but we can talk about it not when we're talking about Andrew Tate being removed because
why? That's specifically what free speech is there to protect. The speech that you don't like. You don't need to protect the speech that you do like. It's specifically when you're talking about somebody like Andrew Tate that the notions of free speech and censorship, it comes up. Because if you're just talking about, I like puppies, and puppies are nice, and puppies are fun, and cats are good too, but I personally, if you're doing that, then you don't need to worry about censorship and getting banned. And the whole point is to protect the speech that you don't like, because it is in fact speech, and your how you should battle that is with more speech, better ideas. But they can't do it. They can't do it. So they just decide, okay, well, we're just going to take him out of the game because we can't win. It's like flipping over the Monopoly board when you realize that, the other person's got 5 hotels on whatever. Take your ball and go home.
Yeah, I don't think that what you're talking about applies to this guy who is just saying.
Why? Why does it not apply to him? Is he calling for violence? Well, you say he is, but let's see the evidence. Just saying something that you don't like is not actually inciting violence. But why?
Vile stuff that I'm a woman. You're not.
Right.
It doesn't affect you.
There we go. Drink for that one. Drink for that one. Bringing out the woman card, the identity politics. As a woman, you can't possibly understand what it's like to hear words that you don't like.
So it does in the sense we all live in a society. I don't want
but it doesn't affect you like it does me. I'm a woman. He hates me. You know what I mean?
Why do you care? I kind of hate you too, Hila. Do you want to cancel me? Why do you care? He doesn't hate you personally. Even if you are to say that he hates women, he hates me personally. So he shouldn't get to talk. What did I miss? 2A Oregon boy says, just curious, where do you draw the line for free speech? I'm as close to a free speech absolutist as I think is reasonable. I mean, it's calls to violence. I mean, that should really be it. It should direct calls to violence should really be the only line. I mean, unless I'm missing an obvious other one. But yeah, I'm to say, like, I'll call myself a free speech absolutist, even though I don't think you should be allowed to call violence upon somebody. So if you call that not a like that, there we go. So yeah, but I mean, if you're there really should be nothing that you can say that is that should be treated as differently than anything else except for calling for violence, right? I mean, anything else can be combated with more speech.
And it's like Jews and the KKK.
No, yeah, I understand that he arouses, he says crazy things.
So my thing is like, what's interesting is that the amount of people I see who are like, free speech, let's not ban Tate, or a lot of the stuff I say is, I don't like Tate, but I believe in not censoring people in free speech.
Those are called people with principles. Those are people that don't want to change what they believe in based on how it affects them. They believe in something, and then they apply that to the world. It's called having values.
All men, right?
It's all men.
If you talk, it really is.
There's got to be some women.
I'm sure there's literally it's 100% men from what
I don't think Andrew Tate has good ideas. I don't think his ideas are good for young men. What I think is there is a whole other problem about unilaterally banning somebody, the way these platforms work together to ban somebody overnight, completely remove them.
It's not overnight.
Oh my God. What a woman thing to say. It's not overnight. It took 3 days.
Not be overnight, but
it's not overnight. It's over a long. Right, the way I'm sure it's been debated for a long time.
But that process maybe should be a little bit more public.
So Niall, welcome, says what you just said is literally backwards. I've been talking for an hour. I don't know what you mean. What did I say that was backwards? But welcome.
So do you think Twitter should be nationalized?
I don't know if Twitter should be nationalized.
Because that's the only way that's going to happen.
Yeah, but
it's not. All you have to do is repeal Section 230 and treat platforms like platforms, and then you don't have to worry about it. If you want to block people who you think are whatever, if you want to block anybody for any reason, then you can block them. You can mute them. Why do you need daddy government to come in and say, oh, these are bad words and I can't hear them? There's already a block function that already exists. That is already part of the program. What else do you need?
We'll say this.
I mean, he's already made it to such stardom and mainstream. He's been talked on everywhere. So it took them months to make.
I think it's a complex issue.
It's
right?
not overnight.
It's not an easy issue. I don't think it's an easy fix. I don't think
that's not what he said. He said getting banned overnight, meaning one night you're not banned and the next night you're banned. Not building his platform. This is what happens when you don't listen. You're just listening to respond instead of engaging in the conversation. Instead of actually hearing what Tim Dillon is saying and engaging with the ideas, which is how you combat bad ideas. You just have your opinion and you're just saying what it is over and over and over and over again. Tim doesn't even need to be here for this. What has been said that is new on their side? Literally nothing.
Anyone who's saying it's easily solvable is wrong, because that basically you're just saying whoever runs Twitter and YouTube at the current moment should be God. That's a hard,
no oversight at all.
That's a difficult argument to make.
Two different issues, right? Like,
or we can just talk about the laws around speech that we already have and just apply them. Seems simple enough to me.
One issue you're addressing, I think everyone agrees with. People, there's a concentration of power in these social medias.
Yes.
They have this unaccountable amount of power that needs to be a conversation around that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I also think that hate groups, violent hate groups, should not be expected to have.
Oh, he said violent hate groups. I almost missed it. But cheers. One guy who's just talking about dating is not only equivalent to the KKK and ISIS, but is a violent, not just a hate group, a violent hate group.
Free reign.
I think if we could draw a line around violent hate groups, totally understand.
And I think it is a violent hate group.
I don't know. Listen, if you
First of all, how is one person a group? And second of all, you have still failed to bring up anything that says anything about violence coming from his mouth, except for when he's talking about being attacked and defending himself.
what he's doing, if it's human trafficking, 100%. That's
There's no if.
That's
There's no if. What have you seen? What have you done, Ela, that could possibly have you know better than the authorities? Because if he's doing that, then why wouldn't the authorities be involved? So you know, but both the American and Romanian governments have no idea. Maybe you need a job at the FBI.
Nothing about that?
Yeah.
I think we set that aside.
Yeah, we can set that aside.
Yeah.
Well,
He also does like his whole Hustler University is on like a pyramid scheme.
I would never tell anyone to join Hustlers University.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are so many pyramid schemes and so many guys on YouTube with selling bullshit classes.
I want to separate the
Yeah.
pyramid scheme and the human trafficking.
I don't want to give him any benefit of the doubt that maybe it's just a troll.
He
That's
deserves
why I'm
hating him.
All right. So now it says nothing but love here, brother. Appreciate that. Love the rock star look. Thank you. But the point I was addressing was you saying people having their beliefs, conclusions beforehand and sticking to them no matter what. Oh, so but I completely agree. I completely agree that is, and sticking to them. Yeah, that's the issue. Is that people should have beliefs and conclusions, and those are their values. They should have those things beforehand and sticking to them no matter what. The issue is that that's not the case. The issue is that Ethan and Ela want to apply their quote unquote values just however best works out for them. They don't care about the value. That is the problem. And I think if they are absolutely backwards for that.
Is that okay? Does that matter to
That is
anyone?
interesting.
Here's the reality. He's gay and he hates women. No, listen, I agree that a lot of what I've heard him say, some of it's trolly and funny, when he says, when he goes, if I go and have sex with a woman but I don't love her, it's not cheating, it's exercise. To me, that seems like they're making a joke.
Yeah, but he's not.
But he's
Right.
not. That's why I keep bringing those things up. Because he's not a troll. He's not a comedian. He's not.
He is
What's
funny,
on
right?
Big Brother? Like, it seems like he...
Who? Why? Again, he's not a comedian, so he's not capable of saying anything in a joking manner. Like, cope fucking harder. Now it says cognitive dissonance / presupposition. I guess that means presupposition type faults in thinking. And you're absolutely right, man. You are absolutely right. And you're absolutely right. And this is not just H3H3. This is everywhere. This is everyone. I mean, it's crazy how easily people fall into a mindset where there is cognitive dissonance, where they believe one thing and then they'll separately in another issue believe something, but those two things are mutually exclusive or zero sum, but they still believe it. And if you try to talk about that, then you're an evil right-winger. There's nothing to do with truth or reality. There's nothing to do with even wanting to make society better, wanting to do the right thing. Nope. It's just about the argument. Do you think and say the right things? Then be gone with you. Off with his head.
Yeah, he was a while ago.
Yeah, I don't.
He got kicked off.
And I don't know if you saw those videos of the teachers from school.
No, I didn't see those.
So kids are like refusing to listen to a female teacher.
I mean, I did see the TikTok, the one I think but that's pretty funny. All right, I'm getting ahead of myself.
They're refusing.
And they say we learned it from Tate.
Refusing to read an essay that was written by a female author.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's really bad.
That's crazy.
So that's like
it's really bad.
That's not good. And there's got to be there's blame for that in more places than Andrew Tate, but absolutely,
of course,
yes,
there is.
But we don't have to look everywhere around but at the problem.
A lot of people are fucking up, but I don't think this is a guy who has ideas that are helping the next generation of men. The question.
So 2A, I'm just gonna call you 2A if that's all right. Says to Nod that it really isn't that deep, and you say maybe it is, but you start talking about that shit, and most people don't go that deep. That's again another issue. We need to be going that deep. People need to understand that if you believe this thing, then you can't believe this thing. If you believe my body, my choice, when it comes to schmashmarshin, then you can't say, oh, I don't believe my body, my choice when it comes to the jab. This is what, what Niall was saying is that people don't have these values. And so Tua says, have to break it down for people to actually understand it. Exactly. People are not willing to think about things any further than they need to. Yesterday, we were, watching those street talking videos, and just these girls, these young girls just out in the streets of Vegas, and they have no idea about anything because they've never had to. They're 22, 23, and everything that they've gone through has just been handed to them. I'm not saying that they haven't had any hardships in life at all. But I'm saying when it comes to dealing with issues of the world, when it comes to issues of society and politics, they don't care because they don't need to.
In the same way that
not helping is a nice way to phrase it.
Absolutely not.
I just want to say,
I'm going to back that up. I don't remember what they were saying.
Of course,
yes.
There is.
But we don't have to look everywhere around but at the problem.
A lot of people are fucking up, but I don't think this is a guy who has ideas that are helping the next generation of men. The question becomes...
In the same way that
not helping is a nice way to phrase it.
Absolutely not.
I just want to say, not helping is a nice way to phrase it. Right. It's harming.
Corrupting.
Yeah.
Corrupt. Let's go as far as say corrupt.
Okay, so I'm willing to entertain that. Sorry, shifting my chair here. I'm willing to entertain that he is, he's espousing harmful views. Show me. Otherwise, you're just saying things. And that, at least on this channel, is not good enough.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah.
I have no doubt about that. My only concern is that unaccountable people being able to do something completely without any type of transparency as a standard for the whole country is, to me, itself problematic in that sense. I do think that...
I agree, but at the same time, I don't think that I've seen a ton of egregious...
Well, I think part of it is that
you have to be a giant...
I mean, who's the other guy?
What if the person that ran YouTube ended up being a right-wing lunatic, right? Mm-hmm. This idea that that the people that agree with me are always going to be in power or they're always going to do the right things. One of the reasons that you try to establish, I think, these standards that remain somewhat concrete, not as vague, is so that no matter who's running an organization, you don't necessarily have a problem.
I think this whole... I think there is a victim complex on the right. They're all...
There's a victim complex on the right. If you would have just said there's a victim complex in society at large, I would agree. I don't think there's not an issue of victim complex on the right. But if we're saying one side is worse, it's definitely not the right. The left's entire platform is who's the biggest victim and how do we give them everything.
They think they're being censored. In truth, I really don't think they're being more censored than
No,
the
I
libs.
think
When
there's-
you look at it, people look at the leadership of tech companies, and they usually say they're libs.
Well, there's people on the far left that have been censored too. I mean, Abby Martin and Chris Hedges are not right wing at all, so I don't think it is
He doesn't know who those are.
only right wing.
I mean, dude, like Steven Crowder, for example, he's out there like reenacting the George Floyd murder.
Oh, more bullshit. So, did any of you see what he's talking about when Steven Crowder reenacted the George Floyd incident? Because what actually happened was that Steven Crowder was trying to demonstrate that on its own, having the knee on your back and between the shoulder blades, as it was, not for a significant amount of time, not directly on his neck, as the story goes, but that on its own will not kill somebody. It was a demonstration. Hey, we got Tyler Phil. I'm running the names together. I feel like a dad running, and my parents always used to do that with my brothers and my sisters. But Tyler Smith in the building. What is good? Welcome. And Indie Film. What is going on? Welcome, guys. Glad to be here. But yeah, so you know that Indie Film, that clearly he's that Ethan here is, I would say, purposely mischaracterizing, but I know that Ethan just kind of didn't really look into it. He saw some tweets, he saw some TikToks or whatever, and then he was just like, "Oh, okay, I guess that's what it is." But that's absolutely not what it was. It was to show: are you able to breathe? Are you able to to live while you're in this position? If you're not on 7 times the dose of fentanyl. I'm talking to you as a former drug addict of opiates, of which fentanyl is. It's that type of drug. I used to do Roxyset, Percocet, that type of stuff. And it's very obvious. It's very obvious that once George Floyd was knew that he was getting arrested for the counterfeit bills or whatever it was, once he realized that was going to happen, he freaked out because of withdrawal. He freaked out because of withdrawal. Opiate withdrawal is that bad that you will do anything to avoid having to live through those, even if it's 4 or 5 days. I mean, if you're doing all this fentanyl, it's probably gonna last a lot longer. But that is what happened. But yeah, just lie about it, Ethan.
Right. Shits and giggles, and he's fine. He's still on YouTube. Right. So I feel like they're pushing it, and the thing is, there's communication. Like these people have a vested interest in playing up the victim.
And there may be stuff with Tate that I don't know, things I've heard.
I'm sure there is.
I'm sure there is, and it takes a lot for a person to get removed.
Yeah, no, and I'm not saying that I'm fully aware of it all. I'm just saying my initial reaction is always to question what's going on.
Right, and by the way, I'm not trying to my intention is not to ambush you or something.
No.
I don't feel like that.
Listen, I'm always, I talk, this is what I do.
Okay, good. Yeah, so I think that's interesting because I think the natural impulse for a lot of people is to be like, oh, let's not censor people. But
yeah. Why do you think that is, Ethan? Why do you think that is? Maybe because it's fair and just and based on values?
Well, there's some thing about delighting in the censorship of your enemies and going, oh, these people disagree with me, let's get rid of them. Because I think we all know that if certain people had their way, it wouldn't only be hate groups, it would be anyone that disagreed with them. So there are people that hold political positions that are different, and they could easily be described as hateful, right? Where this is the most contentious, or one of the most contentious periods in our country's history. So if it was easy enough to just say, we could all identify what a hate group was and exactly how they behave, but there's people that would advocate banning people that are, congressmen and senators.
That's the other one. Welcome to the Discord, 2A, and that's the other part of free speech where I'm not going to at least in the Discord server. He just joined the Discord server, and talking about doxing. I haven't said this outright, and I don't know if I put it anywhere specifically in the text of the rules and whatever. But doxing. While I don't think that you should be arrested for doxing somebody, if anybody doxes anybody in my server, you are permabanned, and I'm gonna blow your spot up so that any other YouTuber who sees you in their chat is gonna be like, "Fuck this dude." We don't do that. Our server is for us. There is no other, all of this stuff that they're dealing with. The Discord server is there so that we have somewhere where it doesn't matter what you say. You're not going to get banned just because you said something someone doesn't like. Now, if you're an asshole all the time, yeah, I'm going to kick you out because I don't want to hang out with assholes. But there's if you look, and we have the whole rules. There's nothing about you can't say this, about any, and if you get into an argument with someone in the Discord server, don't expect that I'm going to come and save you or that Ahmad is going to come and save you. It is a place for ideas. Exactly what we are talking about right now. The Discord server, the IndianJesus Discord server, is an actual place that supports free speech. So thank you for joining. Hey, we got Positile in the building. He says, but leave the people who hate men on social media and ban people who criticize women. Yeah. It's just not equally applied. That's why the private company argument falls on its face. Because if a private company decides that this is their rules and you agree to these rules and they apply these rules fairly, then you sign up for it. But when they're doing shit like this, that's when it's fucked up. Then we hear that the FBI is in their ear, as if you didn't know that from the New York Post with the Hunter's laptop story, as if you didn't know that. But it's not a private company like it's some small business. It's a conglomerate, multinational, tied up with the government. It's as bad as you can think.
And whatever, and then the reality is, it's like,
but that's not happening, right?
Yeah, of course it is. There are people that advocate to getting all these people off, right?
Advocating, or is it happening?
Will happen with Trump.
What a dumb question. What a dumb question from somebody who just doesn't know what else to say. Tim saying, "Oh, they're banning these people," and Ethan's like, "Are they really though?" It's like, yes, dude. Yes, they are. But saying advocating for this, well, that's not the same. You can advocate for this, but if you... So what is it that Tate was doing? Advocating. No? You see what happens when you don't have values and you just have opinions.
So that was the,
right.
Yeah,
and he had it coming. Let's be honest.
Well, for sure, but there is a debate.
And fucking that guy was running loose for a long time.
I do not disagree.
And I'm sure people on Twitter were like, "You have to stop. You can't say this. You can't say this." I know because I talk to people on the back end of YouTube.
Yeah, for sure.
And people who get banned have a vested interest in playing the victim complex, fundraising.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then they don't fucking mention all the times that they had like 20 sit-down conversations with YouTube where they're like, "Listen, you can't say this.
Right.
You can't do this. We're warning you."
Yeah.
It happens. No, they say, "Oh, I suddenly got banned." And so it's just they're not characterizing it in an honest way.
Part of the issue is when you remove the president of the United States, you have elevated yourself.
Sitting
you are now
president
above, some of the most powerful people in the world as this company, and a lot of people are deeply uncomfortable with that. But now people might agree with Trump and saying, I think a timeout would have been good.
You know what's dope?
Yeah,
that Trump is not a fucking king.
No.
And absolutely. They can silence him if they want.
For sure.
So fuck.
Holy fucking cope. Well, Trump's not a king. Shut up.
Him, he's just a guy. Yeah. And by the way, let's not pretend like Trump is being hamstrung. The man is the fucking president.
He's not hamstrung
to everybody. He's not hamstrung all the time.
But I'm saying that's what people question. They go, this is an incredibly powerful group of people that can shut off the president of the United States. So whether you agree with it or not, the idea that it can happen is troubling to
and has happened.
People worry about it.
I mean, he just shit. I fucking lost my train of thought. What was he just saying?
It's not hamstrung.
Everybody.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna say the word he was looking for was martyr, but he missed that one.
He's not hamstrung
all the time.
But I'm saying that's what people question. They go, this is an incredibly powerful group of people that can shut off the president of the United States. So whether you agree with it or not, the idea that it can happen is troubling to people. People worry about that. People just go, I don't necessarily know how comfortable I am with people that have that level of power. And that's something that it's not an easy thing. I don't think it's an easy situation. I think there's more complexity than just saying, well, there's people at YouTube. They've had a bunch of meetings. When they make a decision, it's something that
there's literally nothing to do.
There's a whole thing for this. You don't even have to think about it. What was the quote he was talking about with the CDC? He's like, there's a whole government agency for this. You didn't even got to think about it. Yep, just complacency. You're just fine with not having to think about anything, not having to engage with any issues. Just, the government will fix it. Daddy government is here. This is the weak side of our culture. He is the poster boy for soy boy. Chile says, I don't quite understand why Tim Dillon went on their show. I used to watch H3 a lot until I saw the signs. Yep, we all know what you're talking about. There's no convincing these people of common sense. I'm not sure what else is. So, I mean, I can't speak for Tim Dillon, but I certainly would jump at the opportunity to be on their platform. One, because that's a lot of eyeballs. Tim's, he's a comedian. He's got a good podcast, but he doesn't have, millions of subscribers. I mean, only a quarter of that is actually watching, and I'm sure half of that is people like us who I hate watching. But fact is, he's there, or they are there. And the other thing is that this is I talk about this often in debate. There was I was just watching Darshan's stream, and our friend Henry was on there. If you're not familiar, he's a religious dude who is not happy with me using the name TheIndianJesus for my channel. And he and I were talking, and he was getting uncomfortable with the the notion of, like I said, using the name. But I realized halfway through the conversation that I was not going to change this guy's mind. I'm not going to be able to get a rational discussion, a back and forth with this dude. So then I turned my hell yeah, he is. I turned my focus on getting the message that I want out to people who will listen. And so in that context, Henry just became somebody who was a sounding board for me to talk about what I believe and what I think is right. Not to convince him, but there's other people who are watching. And so I can only assume that Tim Dillon is doing the same thing, that it's about getting, first just getting the eyeballs. It's it's clout there. But more practically about having the conversation so that his audience can see the other side. I'm more surprised that they asked Tim Dillon to come on the podcast. That's what surprises me. I was like, what? I knew it wasn't going to be pretty. And it is not.
About it other than nationalizing social media?
Well, I think that's certainly a debate. I don't know that that's going to necessarily fix something, but...
Well, of course it will, because if the government owns it, then the First Amendment applies.
I think we all use social media for the pros and the cons.
Yes.
I mean, it comes with benefits, and it comes also with this. Trump got elected probably because of Twitter.
Because of social media.
So, yeah, He said a lot of shit. He got a lot of warnings, a lot, and that's what happens.
Yes, I just am generally uncomfortable with,
and that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, power.
But still, there needs to be times when people need to be fucking kicked off.
Yeah, I'm sure that they're off for sure.
And absolutely, when they break the law, we have laws for a reason. If you want to enshrine hate speech into the laws, then you have every right to try to go through the proper channels to make that happen. But that's not what this is. This is your private companies circumnavigating the laws, and only in the very most superficial way does the private company thing actually matter. We can take a look at so let's even so we'll take a look at the clip from Mark Zuckerberg when he was on Rogan, and he out and said it. The FBI told us there's going to be Russian misinformation, so we throttled the story. And that's better. That's better than blocking it.
To make that decision.
That's the question.
I don't know.
And that's the question. But I agree that there's times where people go way over the line.
Yeah.
But it's just about who makes those decisions, how they're made. And I think it's a stickier situation, especially in the hate speech concept where it's like, there's a lot of things that some would qualify as hate speech to certain people and some wouldn't.
There's a lot of like easily defined hate speech bubbles that I think apply, which is like homophobia, transphobia.
Well, transphobia is not an easy bubble, right?
That's exactly. Again, great. He basically taking the words out of my mouth. Tim Dillon here. That how is transphobia a very easy bubble? The entire concept that a man can become a woman or a woman can become a man is inherently an issue in itself. Half the people don't believe that that's a thing. But in Ethan's mind, because he sits around 7 dudes who just agree with everything he says, that's an easy one.
That's not easy at all. So if somebody says a man can't get pregnant, and that's their belief, somebody might go, that's a hateful statement. Somebody might go, that's a statement that's rooted in biology. They can have that debate. You could hate it or disagree with it. But some people will consider certain things hate speech that are opinions.
True. Yeah. But I don't think people are getting banned for saying that.
I do think they're.
Oh my God. He just doesn't get it. Like, the only thing he's talking about is, am I wrong that Andrew Tate is not somebody that I like? He's looking for Tim Dillon to convince him that he likes Andrew Tate. And that's not what Tim Dillon is even talking about. He's having a conversation about free speech and censorship at large. Andrew Tate is just an avatar. I don't understand how the two of them, they're just, they don't get it at all. But again, I shouldn't be that surprised. Like, this is the poster, the poster children for leftist thinking.
Instances where people have been banned for the trans or expressing positions that were anti the mainstream.
I think that when you look at each specific case, you'll find that this person went above and beyond in their quest to.
And that's very possible. I have not.
So what though? That again is, even if somebody is going above and beyond in their quest to, don't finish that sentence, but I assume they mean be offensive or something like that. So what? So what? If you don't like what they're saying, like we talked about already, you can block them or mute them. Or if you've got balls and brains, you can say, hey, that's wrong because XYZ. And as Tim Dillon just talked about, you can have that debate. But Ethan and Hila don't want that debate. They just want to win it. They don't want to play the game. They just want to win.
Look at each specific case, but I do.
Yeah, J.K. Rowling is like what people call her turf, whatever. She says that shit all the time on Twitter. She never.
No, for sure. Absolutely. I'm just saying that, like, that's an example.
So what's the easy answer? What's the easier answer there? If she's a turf, is that not hate speech to say, whatever? I don't, pick an example. I thought it was so easy. You just said it was so easy. We're already coming up with questions on your first example.
Right there of like that is harder
I see.
to carve out what's real hate and where people are having a genuine and passionate disagreement.
Exactly.
Sure.
But I don't think you should be able to tweet like crazy stuff at people and at groups of people. Like I do believe that there needs to be like a line.
Yes.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's just not as easy always to establish what that line is.
Yeah.
That's all.
Right. Obviously, right. There's nuance to it, right?
There's just nuance.
I just see.
I mean, we have to deal with it on the day.
Oh well, it's good that Ethan does know that there is nuance to it. Whether he's willing to engage with that nuance and placate it is something entirely different. What is she saying? She's saying, I just see we have to deal with it on the daily. What?
When Ethan makes a bad joke and
I don't think
and
you
then we
guys
get
deal
banned
with
for
it.
a week.
Right.
I mean,
That's true,
it's just
Right.
So exactly, you understand then. It's bad when it happens to you because you're just joking. But for everybody else, it's only dependent on what you think. It's only dependent on what you think. If you think it's okay, then it's okay. This is the solipsism that people don't understand, that they are not the main character of the movie that is Earth and humanity. People genuinely believe that the world exists for them. And you can see it in their behavior.
part of our
I
business
get in trouble
too.
all the time.
Right.
Like, for example, recently I said,
And don't say
I'm
it.
just that. I'll tell them what I said. You can.
Cut.
Yeah. Did you see that whole
I
fallout?
didn't see it, but I
It
can
turned
imagine
into a big story. Donald Trump Jr. was tweeting about me.
Yes.
And I got busted.
What did he say? Does anybody know what he's referring to? I'm trying to think. I remember he got in trouble for something. If somebody can Google that.
kicked off for a week.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes timeouts,
Would that be such a bad thing, by the way?
No, I don't know.
They didn't know what I said. They don't know what I said.
No, it could be argued that they do know what you said, so don't.
No, I didn't say it.
Right. Oh, I thought you meant the timeout is what that.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
That's what he meant.
Yeah.
I got it.
Okay.
Got my finger on the button, Ethan.
Where's my machete? No,
That was a joke, by the way.
Okay.
we're not as far away as we think.
The way that I
No.
see it, Andrew Tate, because I'm very aware of
You might
all
know
this
more
comics,
than because I don't know.
You're not very aware of anything, Ethan.
right? Maybe, possibly.
Yeah.
I see him as a hate group where,
Oh, drink. He said hate group. Still don't understand logistically how one person can be any kind of group. But I guess we'll just leave it.
like Jews,
Yeah.
blacks, Muslims,
Yes.
trans, gays.
Wait, is he saying these are the people that he's hating?
Yeah, because I don't know.
Maybe, right? Maybe, possibly.
Yeah.
I see him as a hate group where, like Jews,
Yeah.
blacks, Muslims,
Yes.
trans, gays. They're protected groups of people, right?
I mean, okay.
Just so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when it comes to women, it's like
You should never advocate violence.
nobody's speaking up like in the same way.
Sure.
And I think that
Yeah, nobody's speaking up. Have you guys ever heard anybody talk about women's rights or like what women have to go through? It's such a taboo topic that nobody ever talks about how hard it is to be a woman. Nobody ever gives women props for being women. And they should. It's hard to be a woman. You have to be pretty.
as a group of women, he's advocating for violence against
If
them.
he's advocating for violence against women, then that is absolutely
Advocating for
yeah, the things that I'd heard were these trolly kind of misogynistic things, but none of them were like, let's hit women.
It's not trolly. That's what you learn when you watch enough of his stuff. He is funny and entertaining, right?
Yeah.
Except you weren't able to bring up any of those examples, and your your example of that was not an example of that. It was not evidence of calling for violence. Well, Positive says, please let non-religious people have some control in social media and government. There we go. We are more logical and reasoning. Facts over feelings. I do agree with you, of course, as an atheist myself. But the problem is it's not that simple. All of the far leftist bullshit is most of those people are not religious. So it's just not that simple. That is pretty much the whole point of this channel, is that you can't throw yourself strictly into politics and look to the government for everything. And you also can't throw everything into your faith and think that God is going to do everything. You are a human. You are a person here with other people. We as people need to discuss amongst ourselves how we want society to work. That's what we've been doing for centuries. But now, Ethan Klein should be the arbiter of what should and should not be allowed to be said. Okay. Robin says, in my opinion, women have the easiest lives. Not all, but the majority of women, especially now, where all they have to do is shake their ass and they're taken care of. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, it's definitely simplified, and we're not saying that women don't. I mean, I said this before. It's not that women don't have issues that they deal with. That's not what we're saying. But to say that nobody is talking about women's issues, nobody is giving credit to women, it's laughable. It's laughable. This is typical plugged in blue pill beta bullshit. You know why you think that women are so oppressed? Because all you ever fucking hear is how oppressed women are.
That's the problem, But a lot of fucking a lot of the fascists and psychos and shit, they're very charismatic.
For sure.
Yeah,
For sure.
Also,
like who? Who's a fascist, Ethan? Who is it that you think is a fascist? I would love to hear a name.
There's kind of a phenomenon I've noticed amongst like white nationalists and Nazis online. This
is what happens when you spend too much time with Hassan Piker.
Talk about everything like it's a joke, but they're not joking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's an irony.
Yeah, it's all about irony.
Yes.
So it's like, anyway, watch this. I think this is interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we got so I have seen this before. Okay. So yeah, let's just I want to get your guys thoughts on this. So pay attention to the TikTok. I'm gonna give it full screen. Wait, can I? Yeah, why not? I'll be on screen too. Well, let's see. I'm even gonna take this away so we can see the captions and everything. Here we go.
And I teach 6th grade. We've been in school for 3 days now, and within these 3 days, the amount of young 11-year-old boys that told me that they love Andrew Tate is ridiculous. This man is really affecting the minds of young men. I had a boy today, 11, turn to a girl and tell her that she's fat. Women need to be thin.
Was she fat? I'm not saying he should have said it. I'm just asking. Was she fat?
She sits at home and she eats all day, and that she's like every other girl in the world, and that she uses men to get money, and at least he's a hardworking man and he works for his money.
So what do you think happens when you have 11-year-olds stewing in red pill rage? I mean, it's not even real red pill rage, because if you're 11, you haven't dealt with any bullshit from women like that. I mean, maybe not. Maybe you have. I don't know. But what do you think happens when these kids already have these ideas, and then you ban the conversation? It ends there, and they think they're right. If you have the conversation, you can show them, oh, it's more nuanced than that. Yes, as you get older, women, but, women, it's not that all women are. That is the conversation. But she would prefer that these 11-year-old boys don't know anything, and they'll spend the next 20 years spending all their money and their time and their energy trying to get with women, not understanding what it is that women actually want from them. And then they end up deleting themselves. I mean, this is what she wants. Yup.
An 11-year-old did that?
Yeah, but yeah, which is like
that's not great.
No, exactly. And there's actually a lot.
It's not great. It's not great. I don't think Andrew Tate is 11-year-old content. It's not content for an 11-year-old boy. But also, where are your fucking parents? Where are your parents? Why is that Andrew Tate's fault? If what he's saying is not inherently wrong, it's just not appropriate for children, then it just shouldn't be shown to children. Kind of like, drag queens. I bet you don't have any issue with drag queen story hour. That's something that's warping children's minds. But on its face, there's nothing actually directly sexual happening there, right? So it's totally fine. This is what happens when you have no values. You don't know of anything. You can't think anything through properly. You're just empty. You're just all of emotion. That's all there is. Trey says, it's no different than my 11-year-old ass running around yelling I was a blood. We didn't know shit. Next year, it'll be somebody else. It'll be somebody else. Their 12-year-old will be into. Well, I get the point that, yeah, you're running around yelling that you're in gang. Yeah, I mean, that's what kids do. Kids see things and then take the extreme version of it because they are children, because they don't understand the nuances. And I would argue that it is better for these boys at 11 years old to have bad ideas about women, but be on the road of thinking how to protect themselves. And if the conversation were allowed to continue, then it would be able to be presented in a way that a younger audience could understand. But nope, we just want to out of sight, out of mind. All of those boys are completely going to change their minds because they didn't see any more Andrew Tate. Those ideas that they already have, they're just going to vanish. All you got to do is ban a person, and the ideas that they've spread out into the world, they just vanish. Pascal says, like, if young girls don't make fun of boys, it is more likely as a boy to get offended by a girl than a boy. Didn't know that. Did not know that. I mean, it makes sense. Makes sense.
Of examples of this because school just started.
Yeah,
and there's kids that fucking look up to this guy, and it's
so I don't know why as a parent you're letting your child 11-year-old watch Andrew Tate videos.
Well, it gets more
there you go
more complicated than just letting your kid watch because like some kids.
I don't think it does. I think it kind of is on you as a parent to know what your 11-year-old is watching on the internet. Are you not aware of what's on the internet? Like, even if we're talking 13, 14, all right, then, your parenting is very different there. But 11 years old, and you can't control what your kid is watching.
That some kids are of immigrant parents and they don't understand English. Right. They see the kid
watching, picturing like your parents going like, "Hey, we got you."
That is not Andrew Tate's fault. That's not Andrew Tate's fault. The point is there an issue with the content itself? If they were arguing for Andrew Tate's content to be age restricted, where you have to click that you're 18, I would not have an issue with that opinion. I wouldn't agree. But we got Daniel Fulton in the building. Welcome, Daniel. Said, bro, you look like IJesus. I think he meant just regular Jesus, but that is precisely the point. Welcome, Daniel. Welcome to the party. We are just talking about Tim Dillon on the H3H3 podcast, and they are talking about Andrew Tate getting banned. And Ethan is not making too many good arguments here.
Birthday present, 12 months at Hustlers University. That seems not to be great parenting.
Right. And
that seems to be a problem.
It's not. Obviously, there's some obligation for the parents, but ultimately, they can't control everything, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
We know you don't know. There's many, many, many things that you don't know, Ethan. We are aware of that.
Conversation.
No, it's interesting, and I didn't think his shelf life was going to be long either way.
I didn't either.
Whether he was banned or not.
Hey, we got Ramo in the building. Sorry if I said that incorrectly. What is going on? He said impressive episode. Thank you. How are you guys doing?
Why did it happen so fast, though?
Well, I think things usually
since we got a couple of newbies, If you're not familiar, welcome to the party. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. And let's get back into it.
Oh. I noticed you said one thing where you're like, well, he was doing misogyny before. And you can't police, you're right. You can't police like every person.
Well, for sure. But what I'm saying,
float it up. Yeah. You float it up.
I also think like
that won't stop you from trying though, will it?
There should be some acknowledgement of what he is speaking to, which is perhaps there's a hole in the market for sane, rational, positive male, like, you know what I mean?
We've done that for a long time.
Yeah, like
this is exactly what I was just saying, where the fact that these ideas aren't going to just disappear. Whatever it is in these young boys' lives that has them resonating with Andrew Tate is an issue. If they're coming out of it with unhealthy ideas about women and relationships and everything, and if you think that all girls are terrible and awful, then you don't have the right idea of the dating landscape. If that is the case, then it should even more so. We should want to dig into what those issues are and address those things. But again, because it's men, because it's boys, just shut them up. Teach your boys better. Daniel said, I was going to ask pro or against, but yeah, Ethan is dumb. Yup. But yeah, that's the sad thing, is that these young boys have whatever issue that makes them feel the way that they do. Women act very differently than they did 10 years ago. I can only imagine that it's trickled down, and 11-year-old girls don't act like 11-year-old girls acted when I was 11 years old. If you even look at, it was a millennial meme that went around. That was like, you'd show a picture of me at 14 years old, and then a Gen Z kid, like 12-year-olds now. And it's like, we all had this goofy clothing, hand-me-downs and whatever, and glasses, no hair stuff. And then you have these 14-year-olds that are glammed up or whatever. Where do you think that comes from? And what do you think that does? Hey, we got Alex Pickus in the building. Welcome. What is going on? We are just talking about Ethan Klein and H3 talking shit about Andrew Tate. But Tim Dillon is holding it down. Got a couple minutes left of this. Let's jump back in.
They're not, we obviously are not needing to say what he says, but like
Jordan Peterson.
There might not, right.
That's it. That's his whole thing.
Yeah, but there should be maybe more
the irony.
Positive male speakers and role models that are not, that don't have machetes.
I totally agree, man. And that's a problem. I wish somebody could break through to these guys who wasn't like a psychopath.
Well, I think some of it is that people do like humor. People do like people to be funny. I think what he says is very, a lot of it is very shocking, and it's the opposite of everything they're hearing.
Right.
So it makes it fascinating immediately.
Mm-hmm. But exactly. He was talking about what about the women? The reason that someone like Andrew Tate can get famous is because he is just spitting in the face of the message that people have been hearing incessantly. People have been hearing the message about how men are bad and women are God's gift to earth and all that shit. That's why. That's exactly why. Palzell says, what about young kids watching almost nudity of girls twerking and sexual videos in public social media platform like TikTok? But no. Ban the bald dude. It's not even just on TikTok. In the school curriculum itself now. In the school curriculum itself, they're trying to. So here's the irony, just stacks and stacks and stacks. So they're all upset about their 11-year-old boys not being able to understand the nuances of let's just call it the red pill. But they want to tell them that they can be trans. Make it make sense. Yeah. Oh yeah. Huge fan of Evan Preach. Never miss a video. Never miss a video. I love them.
It has crazy negative implications. Hopefully that there could be somebody that wouldn't be.
I think we can do that together. We need to do the.
I would hope so.
What would be the name of our course from Hustlers University? We could be the.
Yeah.
Bro, even as a joke, you saying, "Oh, we're gonna do our own version of the Hustlers University, but it's gonna be good."
No. I can tell you right now, it would not be one of the bigger ones. It would be like it would be a smaller course. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the name would be.
Hustler. Well, not a hustler.
Fat fucks who don't fuck women. One of them is married, and one of them is gay.
Yeah.
Oh, funny and unfit, like fresh and
funny and unfit, or we'll just call it like.
That's kind of good. That was a good one.
Hot dog drinker university.
Hot dog drinker, male tits.
Big old
tits.
Milkers.
Big old tits.
Two fat idiots.
And then everyone will click on it because he'll go, oh, it's a hot bitch. And then it's just us telling people that because here's the thing, a guy like me telling you to get up and go to work doesn't do anything.
Right.
Because, by the way, I mean, it's
Fix your room.
Yeah.
Clean your room.
You need like a bald, like boxing kickboxer to go, put your sock in the drawer. But if I say it, it's just like, shut up, you fatty fuck. Yeah. No one cares.
Right.
But by the way, it's guys like me that have been saying it forever, right? It's like people that look like me.
Clean your fucking room.
Part of it.
Again, look at the dynamics here. They're both fat, unhealthy dudes. Ethan's been very open about his, his depression and all his medication that he takes and shit. At least Tim Dillon can run with the idea that it would be silly to think that young men looking to better themselves would look to Ethan Klein and Tim Dillon. And Ethan just doesn't get it. It's just not. He's not joking. He's dead ass serious. Pastel said, "Simps. I would love to be a simp to a girl I love, though." Well, no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't, because being a simp is something different. If you're in love with a woman and you guys are getting along and you're doing stuff for her and she's doing stuff for you, that's just a relationship. Simming is when it's a one-way street. It's when you're just giving her money for OnlyFans and she's like, oh my god, like, thank you so much. That was like, unhealthy year by year. Yeah, I was just looking at somebody did a video on like what he used to like, what his content used to be like. And he's always been kind of a chunky dude. But only a few years ago, like, he had a shape to his face. Now he's just a blob. Like, he's everybody's something to do. Like, you don't even have to think about it. Like, they just tell you what to do. You don't have to do it. Yeah, Sims give and don't receive. That is the shame. And of course, H3H3 would be totally down with that. That's just because women haven't gotten everything that men have gotten. So you should be a simp.
Upsets me that people need this, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Let's run that back. He said it upsets me that people need this. If you have an issue with Andrew Tate content, then that is the proper response to have. Why is this being needed? Why do people want this? Why do people enjoy this? Not just, I don't like it. Let's run that back.
It's just like a bald, like boxing kickboxer to go, put your sock in the drawer. But if I say it, it's just like, shut up, you fatty fuck, and no one cares.
Right.
But by the way, it's guys like me that have been saying it forever, right? It's like people that look like me.
Clean your fucking room.
Part of it upsets me that people need this, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Do we really need to clean our rooms?
Well,
He sat down across the table from Jordan Peterson. He had this conversation with him. He knows that clean your room while also literal, is a metaphor. No, Ethan, you don't need to clean your room. But if you have a dirty ass room, then don't fucking talk to me about the order of things anywhere. It's fucking moron. Yeah, exactly.
Depends how bad they are.
Yeah, it depends how bad.
It really depends how bad they are. I first of all, I have maids and cleaners, for example.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't
but I'm not a guy who even, let's hypothetically say I'm neat.
Yeah.
Let's say I don't like making my bed, and I hate it. Exactly.
That's such a surprise, Ethan. That's such a surprise that you don't make your bed. Daniel says, I don't mind Tim Dillon. He is okay. Not the best, but tolerable. Yeah, I mean, I don't listen to Tim Dillon's content too often. You know, it's just the main reason that we're going over it is because of how Ethan originally reacted to the Tate ban. You know, just again, without any values, any notion of what is right or wrong, just I want this. And then when I saw that Tim Dillon talked with him, I was like, oh, I got to see this, because I know Tim Dillon is, you know, he's not, like you said, he's not the best, but he's certainly not going to lay down and give in to the wokesters. And he's not just going to sit here and agree with everything Ethan is saying just because he's on his show. Pazal says, if you can't even clean up, if you can't even clean up your own room, who the hell are you to give advice to the world? No, that wasn't very good. I can't do a Jordan Peterson. I can do some of my impressions are good, not Jordan Peterson apparently. Well, I don't know, but okay, but it's not how it goes. I don't know. Rate that. Give me a 1 from 1 to 10. 1 being the worst, 10 being spot on. What did you think of that impression?
So what is this? Like, let's just clean our room a little bit. That's what I have.
There should be a space for people like us that have other gifts.
And
not conform.
Exactly.
Such cope. Let's just clean our rooms a little bit, because like I can't do it all, but I just want to, you know, have the benefits. So what if I just clean a little bit? Never able to just commit to something fully. And he says 3, and Daniel comes in with to be nice. Well, I appreciate that. I haven't done impressions a lot on this channel, but when it comes up, I do some good ones. Well, I'll get you guys back for that one. And he says, I totally don't picture that dude on a broken down couch playing Nintendo with Dorito crumbs all over. Yup.
To conform to like, make your bed.
I forgot. I just want to back.
Hypothetically say I'm neat.
Yeah.
Let's say I don't like making my bed, and I hate it. Exactly. So what is this? Like, let's just clean our room a little bit. That's what I have. There should be a space for people like us that have other gifts. And not conform.
Exactly. We should have to conform to like, make your bed, or stay at that scene of the accident. We should be able to do our own thing. We have a different thing.
I love seeing Jake Paul speak against Andrew Tate.
Mm-hmm.
And
what a great moment in masculinity.
And I think that's exactly what you're describing, though. It's
oh my God! Oh man! Right over their heads. Let's watch it again. And she's like, yeah, totally.
We have a different thing.
I love seeing Jake Paul speak against Andrew Tate.
Mm-hmm.
And
what a great moment in masculinity.
And I think that's exactly what you're describing, though. It's like this guy that like all these kids do.
She doesn't get it. She wasn't ready. 2A says, it is nice to see younger guys with their head on straight. Not that I'm real old, but there is a real difference. Yeah, I'm 32. I'll be 33 at the end of the year. And, you know, us millennials, not doing too well. So trying to be the, trying to lead the charge, trying to bring back common sense, and looking to do the best we can. Pazda says they don't get the metaphor. They just lost all credibility. Yep.
Who look up to him? Those same boys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't listen.
Wait, what? Didn't Jake Paul also tweet that it was like a travesty that he got censored?
Did he?
I think he did.
Yeah, something.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Probably.
Whatever half you agree with. We'll get on with that. I mean, it's the internet, you know? Let's not.
No, I saw both.
Okay, I only saw one.
Yeah, just be careful.
No, it's just...
I only saw one, so I just went with it. I mean, if you were doing the irony of the fact that H3H3 started with skits, this seems like a skit. This seems like how you would act if you were pretending to be this retarded. Oh, same age. 89 or 90? Or 88? No, 88 or 90. 89 or 90. All right, we got a couple minutes left, and then I want to watch the Zuckerberg thing.
Half of it, damn.
Open the panel.
Half of anyone's nice.
That's very true.
Damn,
He
I
said,
thought the good one.
he said, before you compliment him, I'll just show you this. And then you can
Okay.
Yeah.
He said, I don't roll with Andrew Tate. Make KO his ass out.
Baby boy, what's good? I'm an 80s baby by 31 days.
On the ring one day, but I roll with freedom of speech, baby. Andrew Tate speaks on that. Again, freedom of speech means the government doesn't lock you up.
So the freedom of speech is a legal thing where the government cannot infringe on your speech. That doesn't mean that the notion of free speech has no other context than the law. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression is a notion that was enshrined into law. It's not strictly a legal thing. And you know that if this was somebody on the left, that he wouldn't be making that argument. All right, let's finish this up.
For saying so.
Yes, I think that
So
that concept.
Nobody's getting locked up.
Yes.
And let's be honest, social media is not essential.
Right.
You learned that when you take 3 days off Twitter. It is not essential.
I think he is
at all.
Hustlers University.
3 days and then what? And then you come back, right? So maybe if your job has to do with connecting with people, I don't even need to make the argument. He's so stupid.
Will endure.
It'll live forever.
That'll be
it's an
fine.
institution.
It will be fine.
Yeah.
It'll be a brick and mortar.
Yeah.
There'll be an endowment.
But you know what I mean? It's like social media is just not. It's not essential. It's really not.
I think
you're not
there
essential.
Certainly is aspects of your life that get a lot better without it. But then there's also things that, you know, a lot of times you need it to just participate in like the conversation.
Well, here, let's.
So that was the conversation with Tim Dillon and Ethan Klein, and it's very clear that, like was said earlier. I'm sorry, I don't remember who said it, but Ethan's mind is not going to be changed. But there's 224,000 people who watched just this clip. That's not to say how many people watched the actual full episode. And I hope, let's say if 10%, let's just say if 1% of those people, that's 2,000 people, were able to see this in a different light and say, oh, well, maybe, even though I don't like Andrew Tate, that the notion of free speech is something that is bigger than just one person. And maybe I should think about it a little differently. I don't know. I can't tell you that it happened, but I can pretty much guarantee that there wasn't 0 people who were convinced. And that's all you can do is, get to the people that you can get to. So I'm going to open up the panel, but I do want to, we are going to watch this whole video, the clip from Mark Zuckerberg on Joe Rogan, because, the whole notion of it's a private company, they can do whatever they want. Well, as Ethan was just saying, that has to do with the government. So if the government is telling the private business what to do, it's not free speech. Email says, never heard of either of those guys, but I did hear about the dude that said, yeah, that's him. That's him. You don't have to think about it. There's a whole government body that just does it. I actually want to pull it up. Let's do shit. Let's see if it'll.
To take it.
I'll find it.
I couldn't really
If
follow.
he's talking about me, that one I didn't get. What's the 120 pound Cinderella?
I couldn't really
If
follow.
he's talking about me, I am not 120 pounds. Trust me, dude. We don't have a.
Thanks, man, for making the time.
You're very welcome. And I just want to say, I know you called me. You said that I would be a layup.
I think something like that. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm gonna find it.
Welcome everybody to a very special.
Oh, this is the full
to
thing. I don't know what
podcast.
that's
Today's my
bullshit.
first ever.
All right, we're gonna try. I'm gonna try to find the actual clip. Hold on.
Dude, you don't even have to think. I don't think I've ever seen a more perfect.
Got y'all. I got y'all.
Encapsulation of groupthink and discouraging any sort of critical thinking whatsoever and laughing about it with no self-awareness. This is my favorite clip of the year. Let's roll it.
They said you got to wear a mask, so I'm out there wearing a mask.
Yeah.
Wow, big deal. And then now they say, you know, if you're outside, you don't
Wait
need to
for
wear
it.
a mask. It's pretty simple. You want to talk about who's dumb?
Yeah, I mean, the CDC is like this whole governmental body where scientists and shit, they just tell us what to do. You don't have to think about it, dude.
After dark.
Seriously, they just tell you. You don't have to think about it, dude. By the way,
do what they tell you.
my rule is, right, whatever we say, always just extend the context a minute in either direction. It only gets worse. Like, Joe Rogan's so stupid. Why is he questioning the CDC or Fauci? Yeah, seriously, bro. You're not a doctor. I don't want to think about things. I just do what people tell me. And we just went through with Fauci how he went from it occurred in nature.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it may have happened in a lab. They've been wrong. So if you do that, there are many instances where you could have made yourself very sick.
Well, yeah, when do I follow them? At what point along the chain of their changing their mind do I go, well, that's the way I should go? No, sorry, that's the way I should go.
You didn't understand his last half. You don't even have to think about it, dude. You're already too far out of the imprisonment. He said, they tell you what to do. You don't even have to think about it, dude. Look, that's not a good rule of thumb for anything in life. But they act like everyone in here is the idiot.
Are there any people that watch this podcast? Does it have?
I think it's relative. Yeah, it's popular.
Seriously?
Here's how
200,000 people watched the clip that we watched today.
I'll guarantee you something. If there's a guy and a man and a woman, I should say, on one side of the desk and the woman is in a sideways hat, everything they're saying is useless.
He doesn't talk like he's thought about anything in life.
Well, that's what's funny because she went after Joe Rogan because apparently I think he made fun of her hat or her mask or something.
Are you serious?
Yeah, what happened was Joe Rogan said, why is this girl, she's outside and she's wearing a double mask. She's like, yeah, I was wearing a double mask because at that time the CDC was saying even if you're vaccinated, you have to wear a double mask. So I wore a double mask. Yeah, don't even think about it, dude.
I wear a double hat, both sides.
Imagine if that was applied. That's Maoist China.
Yeah.
Into Russia, USSR. But that's what, in other words, the government would come in and try and recondition you.
That's
right?
exactly what globals
Listen,
wanted, yeah.
You may hear things that speak out against government, but you are not to listen to them. Hey, listen, I don't even want to think about it, dude. We don't need slide presentation. Go to next house. Yeah, good.
Exactly.
It's great. They just said don't think in so many words.
Yeah.
Including the words don't and think.
Yeah, okay. Well, listen, we're going to take your crops now, and good luck with the weight loss. Okay.
Listen, if
they tell you what to think, you don't even have to think about it, dude. And they're the kind of people, those people where, let's say you make a self-deprecating joke, and then you say something like,
Guys, would it be possible to get me to 10 likes? I would super appreciate that if you could. Thank you.
To do that, and then there's that girl who thinks she's really clever. She's like, yeah, right. Like, no, he didn't. It's like, oh, you caught something. This is what that is. Like, you don't even have to think about it, dude.
Isn't this funny that they're talking about a different clip, but they still have the same things to say about how stupid they are? Listen to this last part and tell me it's not exactly directly relevant to what we just watched.
People were, let's say you make a self-deprecating joke, and then you say something like, I meant to do that, and then there's that girl who thinks she's really clever. She's like, yeah, right. Like, no, he didn't. It's like, oh, you caught something. This is what that is. Like, you don't have to think about it, dude. People out there are thinking. Why?
If a few more people had thought about it, we probably have a lot more European Jews alive, a lot more Russians alive, a lot more Cambodians alive, a lot more Chinese alive. They've all been massacred because people didn't think about it, okay?
Yeah. Hey, hon, let's do a podcast where we talk about things that we don't think about.
Watch Louder with Crowder live, Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. Eastern.
All right. So I am oh, look, Actual Justice Warrior just did another video on Ethan here. So yeah, I am going to open the panel. I want to watch the Mark Zuckerberg interview. It's about 15 minutes long. So if you feel free to hop in when I drop the link, but I do want to get through all of this. And then I want to hear from you guys. I want to hear from you guys. That's my favorite part of the show, when you guys come up and we chat about it. So let's watch this. I will drop the link and I will be waiting for you.
Rogan experience.
When we take down something that we're not supposed to, that is like, that's the worst. I mean,
How
that's
do you
like
discern? Like how, like say, like these Christian Facebook pages. I don't know how they found out that 19 of 20 were fake. But if someone just says I'm Bob Smith and they post as Bob Smith and they have a photograph but really what they're doing is trying to talk shit about Joe Biden and get people to vote Republican in the midterms. Like how do you know whether someone's real or not? Like this is the big argument with Elon and Twitter, because Elon asked Twitter, like, what percentage of your website is filled with bots? And they say 5%. And he says, I don't believe you. I think it's higher.
Shit.
And let's find out.
Stop the cap.
How you've come to this conclusion.
Yeah.
And, I believe they said that they just took 100 random Twitter pages and looked at the interaction, and there's some sort of algorithm they applied to it. But how do you discern?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think estimating the overall prevalence is one thing, but I think that the question of looking at a page and is this page authentic? I think that there's a bunch of signals around that. One of the things that we try to do is for large pages, we try to make sure that we know who the admin of that page is. We don't necessarily, you should be able to run an anonymous page. You don't necessarily need to out yourself and say who you are running it, but we want to make sure that we sort of have like an identity for that person on file, so that way we know, like at least behind the scenes, that person is real.
Even the notion that they're talking about, authenticating that it's real people. We're just glossing over the notion that like, oh, we can know if you're a real person. We can know everything. I mean, obviously that was, that's something that was like a decade ago that we were like, oh shit, they're collecting all this information, but it's just been normalized. It's just been normalized now.
For certain political things, I think having a sense of what country they're originating from. I mean, some of that you can do just by looking at where their server traffic comes from. Like, is the IP address coming from Romania, or because if it's like an ad in some other country's election, then you probably want to make sure that ad is especially in countries that have laws around that, are coming from somebody who's a valid citizen, or like at least in that place. So there's a bunch of, I think, one theme in my worldview around this stuff, and when it gets to some of the stuff that we talked about before, it's like, I don't think that this stuff is black and white, or that you're ever going to have like a perfect AI system. I think it's all trade-offs all the way down, right? And you could build a system, and you can either be overly aggressive and capture a higher percent of the bad guys, but then also by accident take out some number of good guys, or you could be a little more lenient and say, okay, no, the cost of taking out any number of good guys is too high, so we're going to tolerate having just a little bit more, like more bad guys on the system.
You could do that, but you don't. It's who was it? Something Stone, not Gladstone. But better that 100 better than 100 people, 100 guilty people go free than one innocent person suffer. Better that 100 people who are guilty go free, to make sure that we don't have one person punished who is innocent. And he feels that that's BS. Anyone can use a VPN to appear to be in whatever country, but you're still logging into your account. They're not tracking based on, I mean, they are tracking based on your IP, but unless you're in another, you're using another device, there's geotagging for devices. They know. As Tim Pool says all the time, Facebook knows when you poop. They know when you poop.
These are values questions, right? Around what do you value more?
Like the trolley problem.
And those are.
And what do I value more? What do I value more? Is freedom of speech and innocent until proven guilty.
Those are super tricky questions, and part of what I've struggled with around this is I didn't get into this to basically judge those things. I got into this to design technology that helps people connect, right? It's like, and like, I mean, you could probably tell when we spent the first hour talking about the metaverse and the future of basically building.
So guys, I did drop the link. I'll pin it here. Pinned at the top of the chat is the link to the StreamYard. Again, we are going to finish this video. But I'm depending on how many of you come up, I might try something a little different. So if you're thinking about it, come on up. So
this whole technology roadmap to basically give people this realistic sense of presence. It's like, that's what I'm here to do, right? So this whole thing that's like arbitrating what is okay and what is not, I obviously have to be involved in that because this is at some level, I run the company and I can't just abdicate that. But I also don't think that as a matter of governance, you want all of that decision-making vested in one individual. So I think one of the things that our country and our government gets right is the separation of powers. So one of the things that I tried to create is we created this oversight board. It's an independent board that basically we appointed people whose kind of paramount.
We appointed people, but it's independent. It's completely independent that we appointed.
Value is free expression, but they also balance that with things like when is there going to be real harm to others in terms of safety or privacy or other human rights issues. And basically that board, people in our community can appeal cases to when they think that we got it wrong. And that board actually gets to make the final binding decision, not us. So
the people that we chose that work for us make the final decision, not us. It's just the people that we pay and employ. Conflict of interest or not?
In a way, I actually think that that is a more legitimate form of governance than having just a team internally that makes these decisions, or maybe some of them go up to me, although I don't spend a ton of my time on this on a day-to-day basis. But like, I think it's generally good to have some kind of separation of powers where you're architecting the governance, so that way you have different stakeholders and different people who can make these decisions, and it's not just like one private company that's making decisions even about what just happens on our platform.
How do you guys handle things when they're a big news item that's controversial? Like there was a lot of attention on Twitter during the election because of the Hunter Biden laptop story.
So I want to pause here to make sure that everyone understands that when you're talking about private companies and free speech, what Zuckerberg is about to say nullifies that. They are not acting as a private company if they are acting as the government.
We have that too.
Yeah, so you guys censored that as well?
So we took a different path than Twitter. I mean, basically the background here is the FBI, I think, basically came to us, some folks on our team, and was like, hey, just so you know, like, you should be on high alert. We thought there was a lot of Russian propaganda in the 2016 election. We have it on notice that basically there's about to be some kind of dump of that's similar to that. So just be vigilant. So our protocol is different from Twitter's. What Twitter did is they said you can't share this at all. We didn't do that. What we do is we have, if something is reported to us as potentially misinformation, important misinformation, we also have this third-party fact-checking program because we don't want to be deciding what's true and false. And for I think it was 5 or 7 days when it was basically being determined whether it was false, the distribution on Facebook was decreased, but people were still allowed to share it. So you could still share it, you could still consume it.
So when you say the distribution is decreased,
it got shared.
How does that work?
Basically, the ranking in newsfeed was a little bit less. So
it was throttled. It was shadow banned. And this is better. This is better than what Twitter did by not allowing you to share it at all. But it's still hella unethical. And again, it takes you out of the private company can do whatever they want conversation, because now you are acting as an arm of the government.
Fewer people saw it than would have otherwise. So it definitely...
By what percentage?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Cap. Stop the cap. You know exactly.
But it's meaningful. But I mean, basically a lot of people are still able to share it. We got a lot of complaints that was the case. Obviously this is a hyper-political issue, so depending on what side of the political spectrum, you either think we didn't censor enough or censored it way too much, but we weren't sort of as black and white about it as Twitter. We just kind of thought, hey, look, if the FBI, which I still view as a legitimate institution in this country, it's like very professional law enforcement, they come to us and tell us that we need to be on guard about something, then I want to take that seriously.
Did they specifically say you need to be on guard about that story?
No, I don't remember if it was that specifically, but it basically fit the pattern.
When something like that turns out to be real, is there regret for not having it evenly distributed and for throttling the distribution of that story?
What do you mean evenly distributed?
I mean, even.
What do you mean? What do you mean? You just told him that the distribution was.
And that it's not suppressed. It's not.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because then it turned out after the fact, when the fact checkers looked into it, no one was able to say it was false. right? So basically, it had this period where it was getting list distribution. So yeah, but I think like I think it probably is. I think in the same way that probably having to go through like a criminal trial but being proven innocent in the end sucks. Like it still sucks to have like that you had to go through a criminal trial, but at the end you're
but before you have to go through a criminal trial, there has to be evidence that you did something wrong. You can't just be like, well, I think this happened, so let's go to trial. No, you need a certain level of evidence to even bring something to trial in the first place. So it's not like that.
Free. So it's I don't know if the answer would have been don't do anything or don't have any process. I think the process was pretty reasonable. You know, we still let people share it, but obviously you don't want situations like that.
But certainly much more reasonable than Twitter's stance, and it's probably also the case of armchair quarterbacking, right? Or at least Monday morning quarterbacking, I should say, because in the moment you had reason to believe, based on the FBI talking to you, that it wasn't real and that there was going to be some propaganda. So what do you do?
Yeah.
And then if you just let it get out there, and what if it changes the election and it turns out to be bullshit? That's a real problem. And I would imagine that those kind of decisions are the most difficult. The decisions of like what is allowed and what is not allowed.
Yeah. I mean, what would you do in that situation?
I don't know what I would do. I would have to like.
I know what I would do. Not block the newspaper from being shared.
Really thoroughly. Well, first of all, you're dealing with the New York Post, which is one of the oldest newspapers in the country. So I would say I would want to talk to someone from the New York Post, and I would say, how did you come up with this data? Like, where are you getting the information from? How do you know whether or not this is correct? And then you have to make a decision because they might have got duped. It's very It's hard because everybody wants to look at it after the fact. Now that we know that the laptop was real and it was a legitimate story, and there is potential corruption involved with him, what we think, oh, that should not have been restricted. That should not have been banned from sharing on Twitter. Right. I think everybody agrees with that. Even Twitter agrees with that. But the thing is, then they didn't think that. In the beginning, they thought it was fake. So what do? Like if something comes along and the Republicans cook up some scheme to make it look like Joe Biden's a terrible person, and they only do it so that they can win the election, but it's really just propaganda.
How could they possibly make Joe Biden look like a terrible person? I can't even fathom.
What are you supposed to do with that? You're supposed to not allow that to be distributed. So if they think that's the case, it makes sense to me that they would try to stop it. But I just don't think that they looked at it hard enough. When the New York Post is talking about it, you know, they're pretty smart about what they release and what they don't release. If they're going over some data from a laptop and you could talk to a person, but again, like this is just one story, like one individual story. Like how many of these pop up every day? Especially in regards to polarizing issues like climate change or COVID or you know, foreign policy or Ukraine. Anytime there's like a really controversial issue where some people think that it's imperative that you take a very specific stance and you can't have the other stance. Mm-hmm. Like those moments on social media, those trouble a lot of people because they don't know why certain things get censored or certain things get promoted.
And that brings us right back to, you know, what we were talking about this whole time and all of that stuff. So you may have already seen, I am joined by a good friend of the channel, Indie Film. How you doing, bud?
Good. Had to unmute my mic there. One thing that drove me crazy about that is how Zuckerberg was saying, oh no, they just told us to be on the lookout for disinformation, but they didn't say anything about the laptop. And it's like, okay, well, why did you ban everything about the laptop?
Yep. Yeah. And I mean, you could tell that that's all bullshit. Like that's the PR line.
Did you also ban all the stories about how the laptop was Russian disinformation? So you ran all the stories from all the alleged intelligence people that said, oh, that's classic Russian disinformation, CNN, all that. So why did you do that? You know, if you said you didn't know, and you're saying the FBI didn't specifically say anything about the laptop, then why are we talking about the laptop and why are you bringing the FBI into it? You know,
it doesn't connect. Like it sounds nice when to say like, oh, we're doing our best and we're trying this and that and that. But you know, like you're saying, when you actually break it down, how does that have to do with anything? And why is the FBI coming to a private company and telling them how to operate?
Yeah,
this is not what is meant by private companies can do whatever they want. We have to have there needs to be a level of transparency that he said it. He said the FBI was in their ear. And we know if the FBI was in Zuckerberg's ear, then they were in, you know, Twitter's ear too. Obviously, because they banned the story. And people like Ethan Klein just don't see an issue with this. And it's very easy.
I would love to. I would love to get the names of who in the FBI was doing this, because was it sanctioned? Was it official policy? Or was it Peter Strzok, you know, or individuals that have gone rogue and are just doing this maybe with the blessing of the, you know, of the higher ups, but nothing formal?
Well, I'd
like some names.
Yeah, that's always the tricky part of this stuff. When it comes to, you know, like government conspiracies, the fact that the bureaucracy itself is so large and disconnected from the other parts of it, you don't really know who knows what, who's supposed to know what. And it's not with every kind of conspiracy, but so many things can be conspiratorial with only a very small number of people in on it. You know, like, the people will talk about like okay, if the moon landing was fake, then, you know, you have to have all of NASA and that would be in on it. But theoretically, just to play devil's advocate, it could very easily be the higher ups at NASA, 5 guys who are in charge of everybody who's in the control room, and they're in on it, and nobody else knows. I'm not saying that's how it works, but the government is so what's the word? Like, yeah, just disconnected from itself. It's not one governing body. It's a bunch of little different branches in this department and that department. And you never know. It only takes a few people to be corrupt, to have some bullshit going on, as we can see from just the world that we live in.
Let's take Ashley Biden's alleged diary. I mean, just on the face of the FBI investigating somebody's stolen diary? When does the FBI get involved in a what do you think the value of that diary is? You know, like 20 bucks, $10. The FBI's involved. Did they call
probably
the local
the price
police
of a ticket?
Have them investigating?
Yeah, probably the price of a ticket to Epstein Island.
Yeah,
that's how much they care.
The whole time they started the investigation, they're like, "Oh, it's not really her diary," and it's like, okay, so the FBI's involved? Are there national secrets in there? Is there something that involves national security in this diary that doesn't belong to Ashley Biden? I mean, the fact that you guys are raiding Veritas makes me believe that maybe it is Ashley Biden's diary, and maybe there's some shit in there about the president that you don't want public.
Of course. I mean, what else? What other reason? What other reason could they possibly have?
You say it's nothing. If it's nothing, you probably wouldn't be raiding Veritas.
Exactly.
Probably.
And the thing to understand, and you could probably speak to this better than I could, is that technology has very quickly, let's say in the last 3 decades, very quickly changed how people operate in politics. Nixon got caught because of like basically luck. Somebody was lucky that I think it was like
it was Forrest Gump. He saw the light on.
Yeah. But I think in reality it was like somebody left a piece of tape on the door or something like that.
Yeah, they left tape on the door to keep it from locking. Somebody removed the tape and they put it back. So, typically I read out, you've never read this book and I want to send it to you, Will by G. Gordon Liddy, who G. Gordon Liddy was very prominent in this whole thing. And then he went on he was an FBI agent, then he worked for Nixon, then he went to jail. And then he wrote a book. He was on some TV shows. He had a radio show for, I don't know, 15 years, 20 years or something. And but the book Will is really interesting. He talks about his young life and growing up, and then talks about the Watergate. And yeah, they put tape on the door so they could get in later when nobody was there. Somebody in the building caught it, took the tape off and they probably didn't think much about it, because if you're moving stuff back and forth, you don't have to like get your key and do all the crap. So it wasn't uncommon. But then somebody put tape back on it, and that was caught. So that alerted them that, hey, something's going on.
Right.
And
so the point being that it took, that stroke of luck, happenstance that somebody caught that. But otherwise, you would just be able to do whatever the fuck you want, and there's no record of anything. Now, everything is so closely watched by everybody, and they still operate as if they did in that time. We got a special guest here. We got Darshawn McAway in the building. Welcome, 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 brother.
Yo, what's going down? Can you hear me clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Good show, man. I've been in and out, but good show.
Thank you. Thank you. What are you thinking on all this stuff?
So, with the Tim Dillon thing, it's kind of hard to take his conversation serious because he's such a comedian and he's always looking for that laugh.
Right.
So I got where he was coming from on some things, but again, it's really hard to really pinpoint where he's coming from. When it came down to the Mark Zuckerberg and Joe Rogan, I didn't really get a chance to listen to it all the way. I got in like 12 minutes. Excuse me if you hear a plane going by. I got in like 12 minutes on the actual show on Joe Rogan's podcast. And I really wanted to take my time and kind of really listen to what Mark was talking about, because I'm impressed with Mark with the simple fact that, it's a guy from college, trying to do something and then, turn it into a multi-billion-dollar corporation, but yet he only makes so much a year type of deal. So I'm impressed with that.
So where do you fall on the banning of Andrew Tate himself?
I think it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I took Andrew Tate as satire, man. The guy was being comical. As you can see now, he's backpedaling on everything. I think he even mentioned that he has a girlfriend now or something like that. Because he
I didn't hear that. Really?
Oh yeah, he was on Fox News with Tucker Carlson, Tucker something, and he mentioned like within the first 3 minutes of the interview, that he has a girlfriend. So with that, as much red pill rhetoric he was talking about, it was a show. It's for entertainment. And again, you heard me say this before, I don't really believe people are rich until you actually see their bank account. So sometimes people could let you use things. And here's one thing I do know: there are agencies out here that rent mansions, that rent studios, and they let the influencers live a life that they pretend to have. And, you just kind of go on about your business until you actually make it to where you're supposed to be. So I don't think Tate was a threat. It was ridiculous for him to get banned, but I don't know what he's going to do. I don't even know why he wants to get back on social media anyway, if the main deal is to have your own platform.
Right. I don't think he necessarily does like he's clamoring to get back online just for the sake of being online. I think it's more of a principled thing, and he's already said, that he doesn't care about social media like that. This is just a thing. He's already successful. He's already a millionaire. He's already a world kickboxing champion. So, I mean, I definitely understand that. Like, even if I didn't need it, I would still want to be like, yo, fuck you. You kicked me off unjustly, and that's not something I want to stand for.
Yeah, and I hear you, and I understand where he's coming from. I have sent an email to YouTube and asked them a couple of things about my account, and they responded pretty promptly. So I get why people want to stay on these platforms, especially if the money is like residual and is coming in by the hundreds of thousands. Then of course I wouldn't be foolish and say, don't put me on these platforms, because that's a sign of money. But I'm also the type of person that if no one wants me to play at the playground, I'll go build my own.
Right. Well said. You got time to hang out? I got the Tucker Carlson interview here. Otherwise I can give you the floor.
Yeah, no, I got 10 minutes. Is 10 minutes cool?
Yeah. So let's because the video is a little bit longer than that, so I don't want to hold you up then. So I want to go back to indie film, and I mean, first of all, any thoughts on what DMAC just said?
Well, okay, so first of all, Andrew Tate, is that the dude that looks like Pitbull and gets him a back massage and smokes a cigar while he's doing his show?
Yep, this guy.
Okay, he was a kickboxer. I had no idea who he is. I mean, I've seen like a clip of him getting the back massage or something, probably on some show you were playing.
Yeah,
and I was like, okay, this is not serious. I didn't take him serious. I didn't listen what really to what he was saying, but I can't take that serious. It's obviously a show, at least.
Yeah, I even said that because that was the first thing that we did on this channel with Andrew Tate when he was talking to XQC. I'm still clipping that up. I was just clipping up my Roe v. Wade stream, and I am not getting the same. You're Andy, you're breathing into the speaker a little bit. If you could.
Sorry, I got headphones on.
And yeah, even at the time when we were watching that, I was like, okay, I stopped it. And I was like, hold on. Who thinks that he actually had a massage prepared for 5 a.m. when he was just like, oh, you guys just called me and I came on here? There's definitely a level of playing the character, but I don't see anybody who is successful on this platform or any social media platform who doesn't have that. You know what I mean? It's odd to me that being an actor is totally fine, but when it comes to social media, pretending to be something you're not to entertain people is looked at so differently. I mean, shouldn't it be the same thing?
I think it should be the same thing.
Yeah, I mean,
and I have another question.
Sure. I'm right here.
Okay, red pill. What is your definition of red pill? Being red pilled.
So, all right, let me take a seat to answer that. So, okay, the red pill. So, I think the red pill is an obvious what's the word? Reference. There we go. Obvious reference to the Matrix. So, in the Matrix, I'm sure we've all seen it, but he offers the red pill and the blue pill. The blue pill, you go back to sleep and you forget this ever happened, and you are living with the comfortable lies. And you take the red pill, and it's not as fun, but you live in reality. And so, again, for me, it's very much about the truth, but specifically in two lanes, being politics and dating, or rather intergender communication. Let's put it that way. And I think that what the red pill is becoming awakened to the reality of how those things work, whether it's politics or women, separate from the message that is drilled into us from the time we're young. The Disney version of the real world, the rom-com version of the real world. Taking the red pill means waking up from that dream in the same way they did in the Matrix, waking up from that dream and seeing the world for what it really is.
Okay.
How's that?
Okay. So, yeah. So, I had only heard it in the terms of politics until last night when you guys were talking about it in relationships, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute. You know, now we have 27 genders of red pill. I don't know what's going on.
So yeah, no, I mean, in the same context where in politics it's just about like, oh, okay, Republicans and Democrats, they're both on the same team. Oh, okay, like Fox News and MSNBC, they're kind of just the two sides of the same coin. They're just there to prop up their side of the uniparty. When it comes to dating, it's about the realities of how men and women behave with each other, around each other, and respond to each other. So specifically, the notion of thinking that like, oh, just be yourself. You're a nice guy. That notion is part of a blue-pilled mentality. Because it doesn't matter how nice you are if you're not attractive. It doesn't matter how nice you are if you're not if you don't check other boxes. And you know, for some people, that stuff is really simple and really intuitive. But for a lot of us, it's not. And in the same way that, you know, in politics, you go along thinking that, like, you know, people in government are there to help you and whatever, and then you realize, oh, they're just there to bolster themselves and all that. Same kind of thing. Kind of thing.
Yeah, everybody's going for self, man. Everybody's going for self. Everybody's going for broke. You know.
Well said. Well said. I mean, what about how would you define the red pill in general, D-Mac?
I would define it on the notion of whatever you thought was a fairy tale turns out to be your reality. So if you thought women were, and it has a lot to do with women, surprisingly. If you thought women were, you know, cake and roses, and then you realize that cake and rose will turn into a what's that plant that plant that eats flies?
Oh, the Venus flytrap.
The Venus flytrap. You find out that not all women, but some of them will turn into a Venus flytrap the moment you show them a side of you that they didn't realize was always there. So that's what the red pill is to me. Me, myself, I'm clear pill. I have a clear understanding on everything that happens in life and why it happens. Also, when people talk about alphas and betas, I'm a sigma. A sigma is the man who stands alone, makes his own path, and I don't complain about what happens to me or what my surroundings are.
You're married with kids, though.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that I'm not a sigma. You see, when it comes to like sigmas, betas, and alphas, it has nothing to do with just the man standing alone, just by himself, non-sexually. It's just the man who I don't have to group with other men to follow or to network. I'll make my own way. So again, if you don't want me to come play at your playground, I'll stick up my middle finger and say, that's all right, I'll build my own. So that's who I am. And that's my whole like definition of the red pill.
So would that be like in comparison to the alpha who's gonna say, no, I am playing and you can't stop me? Is that kind of the difference?
Well, a sigma is over an alpha. Alpha is just a leader of a pack. And again, a sigma stands alone. That's a part of the reason why the Greeks came, well, not the Greeks, but the fraternities have the sigmas, alphas, and zetas. You know, all that stuff means something for those groups of individuals. And the sigmas are the ones that stand out the most.
God.
But again, it's just a metaphor.
Right. That's also a thing when you know, people take this stuff too literally and like think that there's like a biological difference between an alpha and a beta. It's like, no, it's just what you know.
Right, it's just what you know. And I get the traits, you know, that you see some of the characteristics that they kind of lay out in those terms. I understand the red pill rage that happens between men. I believe that some women have red pill rage based off of the criteria of the women in today's time. I believe they are well aware of what men know about them and vice versa. You know, it's so funny how the red pill seems to be so one-sided. It's like, oh, it's just about the man becoming more aware, but I believe a lot of women are red pill.
Yeah, I think that's becoming more common. And I think that comes from the notion that we're talking truth. We're talking truth, and it's becoming undeniable. You know, you had your early like your pickup artist type people, and then you know, there was the Rollo Tomasi wave, and a bunch of people, you know, read the Rational Male and used that as their Bible. It was kind of a resurgence. And then now we've got every other podcast is a Red Pill Manosphere podcast. And of course, can't forget to mention the Godfather, Kevin Samuels, rest in peace.
Right.
It's really become something undeniable.
Absolutely, especially since his passing. A lot of people are starting to give him his flowers a lot later in life when he was speaking a lot of truth. I think a lot of people just disagree with his delivery, which is, I understand it, but at the same time, man, was he speaking a lot of truth into what was happening? And a lot of things are starting to surface via YouTube, or should I say just social media at this point. But, you know, Andrew Tate, man, again, if you listen to what he's saying, you know, he's speaking some truth from his experiences. And he's also speaking up for a lot of young men who can't speak up on those type of platforms because they have to depend on their job. They can't really just say, hey, I'm gonna get on social media and just say it, you know, F the world. You know, some people really have to think things through because they don't have enough money to just say whatever they want, so they won't be canceled. So, you know,
some of us don't have money, but we just don't give a shit.
right. And and actually the people who don't have money, those are the dangerous ones because you don't have anything to lose, you know. But you know, some people still kind of fearful what the government can do to you and everything like that. And some people understand that social media, it could happen for them. So yet they're going to kind of tread that line lightly. So I don't think he should be banned. I don't think anybody should be banned. I think they should do maybe possibly a suspension, you know, like, oh, you can't be on for 3 days or something like that. And this is why we're suspending you type of deal. Because real quickly, what you guys have to understand, and I'm sure you do, the Indian Jesus, but what the public has to understand is when you own your own platform, you make the rules. It doesn't matter if it's a private company. When you start it yourself and you make it yourself, you own it. You make the rules. And if people don't want to abide by your rules, guess what? Get out of my house. I paid this bill. As a matter of fact, I got 2 more months and the mortgage will be paid. So I own this. So if you don't want to play by my rules, then get off. So apparently someone found out that Andrew Tate wasn't playing by the rules and they kicked him off.
Mm-hmm. The question then becomes, are the rules fair? And is there an option to find that service or product somewhere else? If you have a monopoly because you're in the government's pocket, that's where it gets kind of shifty.
How many followers does he have?
He had millions. He had millions on one platform, like 1 million or something on Instagram or something like that. But let me answer your question. Let me get into this fairness. And let me, you know, and this is, I'm not upset at you, but it's going to sound like it. Listen, there is no fairness in this whole, in someone starting a business. Don't tell me to be fair because someone else is crying and saying whatever they want to. If it's my business, when you read through the terms and conditions, on any platform, they warn you about what you're going to do before you even do it. So is it fair? No, it's not fair. But you can't tell a person who starts a business, hey, let's be fair to everybody. Let's give them a equal playing field. No, it's not equal. It's the reason why it's not going to be equal is because of this. Because we're all born at different times. So can I get upset that a 7-year-old made $20 million and I've been on Earth for 30 years? No, I can't get upset with that. I was born before that person, but they just had a different opportunity. So is it fair that what's Ryan's World is worth $100 million?
Absolutely it is. You
fair.
Have a daughter. You didn't start that channel. Absolutely, it's fair.
Is that the unboxing?
You had the opportunity. You didn't do it.
No,
he took that opportunity. That's fairness.
No, No, that's not no, that's not fairness, man. That's just that's an opportunity that came for that person. We're not in the same field. We're not. It's not the same. It's not the same lane. The connections aren't the same. His parent, as a matter of fact, look at it like this: the determination and the ambition from his parents versus me as a parent are probably on two different levels. He has different connections.
That's your choice. You didn't have to be that kind of parent, no?
No. You're missing it. It's the connections. Ryan's mom and dad, they're connected on another level when it comes to manufacturing. I don't have that connection to turn my daughter's business into a $1 billion company just yet. I haven't made that connection. Now, do we have? Well, I don't want to toss my hand. I'm connected with Walmart, so we're in competition with Ryan's World, but I'm not making toys. You see what I'm saying? So my life is good, but I can't look at it and say, well, this young man has $700 million and we got X million. Okay, I can't say if it's a fairness deal. It's just the opportunity. Someone likes that product. Someone believes in you more than the other person to give you that opportunity. That's really what that is.
Indy, did you want to jump in on that?
No, I was just asking that. I don't know who Ryan's World is. I thought it was the unboxing kid.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
The kid that unboxes and then now he's got a toy line.
I guess.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yes, that's exactly.
I mean, you talk about connections, but I mean, if he started with that, or his parents started that unboxing thing, anybody could have done that, right? It's on YouTube. Anybody could have done it. It didn't cost them any money to put it up. They probably bought those toys. He unboxed them, then they probably took them back.
Well, at this point, companies are sending him toys to unbox.
Yeah,
but
yeah, because they're getting
when they started, was that, and I don't know, that's why I'm asking, did they start because they had connections to get free toys, and so they decided to put that to use by making a YouTube channel? Or did they just say, oh, we're going to buy our kid a toy and film and everybody's going to love it? And then that's how they got the connections. That would be,
it was both. It was both options that you laid out.
If it's both, then that sounds like taking up opportunity. But I don't want to get too bogged down on the word fairness, because I think if we actually if we had this discussion and we laid it all out, I mean maybe not, but I think we would all agree that when we're talking about fairness, we're talking about from the institutions, from the establishment. Do people, even though we are born differently, we have different biological traits, we have different connections in the world, all that kind of stuff. But are the institutions and are the establishments providing a fair chance to do whatever? And it's taking a step even further back from that absolutely the government should be in place. If we are going to have the government this size, absolutely one of its roles is to ensure that there is fairness on the level of opportunity, not outcome, but opportunity.
Okay, so the level of opportunity from even, I guess, the government entities and the public platforms is fair, because all anyone has to do is apply themselves, and then you have to take it from there. Like for perfect example, YouTube. Me and you sign up, and whoever made the best man make the most money. If anything, I could stream all day long or throw up 1,000 videos a week, and it's just my ambition. If anything, now when it comes to the government entities, when I think about the fairness in which you're speaking of, it kind of reminds me of like the medical field, healthcare type of deal. I don't know if that's a fair playing field, because so many people have different illnesses. They need more medical attention. But if you're talking about like private companies, again, you really have to look through those terms and conditions of what those companies are built off of. And that's the whole reason.
If they're not going to apply them equally, then what does it matter what they say?
Well, see, okay, but who told you it was supposed to be applied fairly? See, that's the thing. Who said that the government was supposed to be fair because they say they're for the people? When they say they're for the people, on what notion?
Well, I'm confused, because I'm talking about the terms and service of the private company. So if Twitter says this is how this works, these are our rules. If you break these rules, then we'll do whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That you agree to. But if we say, one of the rules is that you can't misgender somebody, and then somebody misgenders a, I don't know, Tucker Carlson. Somebody misgenders Tucker Carlson, and it's fine, but they misgender Leah Thomas, and they're banned. You think that is okay? That's not something that we should have an issue with?
No, you shouldn't have an issue with it. Let me tell you why. Okay, let's focus on Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate said something that was against the policy of probably every platform, or else it wouldn't have happened. It's not by mistake. It's not by chance. He said something that didn't fit the criteria inside the terms and conditions of those companies. Now, I don't know if Twitter is a private company. Is Twitter private?
They are publicly traded, but they are a private company, yes.
Okay, so again, when you get the opportunity, I don't know, I'm just speaking blindly, I'm speculating. When you get the opportunity to start your business and you realize that you're going to open up this platform, trust me, when the advertisers are coming in and they say, hey, listen, this dude is having like hate speech, we're going to pull back our money off of this particular platform. We're going to pull like away $500 million. You're going to look into it and say, listen, this is one person out of a billion people that are using this. I don't care if this person gets banned. As a matter of fact, I don't even care if he did anything wrong. Find out what he did, find out what he said, look in the terms and conditions. You know what? He said this word, even if it was out of context, we don't want it here. Why? Because you can express yourself without profanity. You can express yourself without being racist. You can express yourself as an adult using this platform.
All right, but
okay. So I think there's been plenty of instances though where somebody on one side of the dial says something, they get banned, and somebody on the other side of the dial basically says the same thing, and it skates through.
Right.
So in that instance, it's not being applied fairly, the terms of service or whatever. It's more targeting then.
Right. And so I don't expect that, like, I certainly don't think that the government should step in and make sure that Twitter is operating any which way, which is why I have such an issue with them being in cahoots with the FBI, because the other part of it of fairness is that on the government's side is that it is fair, or no quotes, it is fair that if you have a private company and you want to run it whichever way you want, and the people have a choice to either come to you or to go to a competitor, then that's fair. But if we're talking about it's been talked about many times how the Twitter has become the new town square, and that there's enough central political activity, let's say, on this platform, that even though the town square, a physical town square, is a public place, and that Twitter is not a public place, it's a private company, that it shouldn't be like that. That the government should have hands off of the platform, stop boosting them, stop allowing them to apply rules unfairly, and stop giving them the power to monopolize the industry.
Well, I understand where you're coming from. Maybe I am about monopolizing different things. If I had the opportunity to own everything around each and every one of you, I wouldn't feel bad about it. This is going to sound terrible. I would take what I have for myself and not think about giving it to others. Why? It's because that was my opportunity, so I took it for the grabbing. Does that make me a person that's unfair? I'm not looking at it that way. I'm looking at it as, if I see money on the ground and you saw money on the ground, if I'm closer to it, I'm not going to say, hey, man, it looks like you wanted it more than me. I'm going to go pick it up and put it in my pocket. So that's how. Go ahead.
I don't feel like that's analogous to what we're saying, though, because
what? Go ahead.
In that instance, again, the big thing is that if, like, let's say we're equidistant from the dollar bill, but the government, because they let's say the government hates black people, so they pull you over on the way to that dollar bill, even though you didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
And I get the dollar bill, even though we were equally, equidistant. We both, you're taller than me, you're stronger than me, you're faster than me, but the government stepped in and messed that up. And so even though it wasn't fair to begin with, because, we're not equal, I still see, again, I do think that's fair. Even though we're not equal, I do think there's a difference between equality and fairness. And so that would be fair because you're inherently stronger and bigger than I am. But if someone were to come in and mess with that, even if it would make it closer to equality, that you give me a boost because I'm short and slow, I wouldn't want that either. The fairness has to do with letting nature run its course.
Okay, I see where you're coming from, and I understand that analogy. I think the point I'm trying to get across is this. So I have a company that does business with every bank in the United States. Okay, and in that company, what I realize about the bank system and the social media platforms, they kind of work the same way. Do you think that it's fair that a bank uses its clients as collateral with the money that they have in each account? Do you think it's fair that they use that money off of you?
Do I think it's fair? So again, we're it depends on what you mean by fair.
Well, I mean, do you think that it's okay for the banks to make money off of you because you have an account with them? Is that fair? They're making money off of you, but you're not making money off of them. Is that fair?
I think it's fair for them to loan out, to not have to have the money that you deposit sitting in a vault and to be able to use that money. I think they should be allowed to do that. I think the level of just
so
the
it's
level
fair
of
for them to use
that
your
goes
money
on with that is another conversation. But I think inherently the notion of we're the bank, we're doing you a service by holding your money, we're giving you interest, so we're going to loan out these dollar bills that you've given us. I don't think that's unfair.
I think that's the whole concept of a bank, though. I don't think if a bank didn't do that, I don't know that they could exist.
Right.
Absolutely, they can exist. As a matter of fact, I can tell you right now, you can start a bank with $12. And you can look this up. You can start a bank with $12, and then in today's time, right now, I can go buy me a domain name and start me a bank just like Square and turn out to be as successful or even more successful than Square in the next 60 days, which is what I'm working on right now. That's why I bring up this analogy, because you guys are looking at the government. Okay, I guess my point that I'm trying to make is you guys want the government to be fair because they're the government. When you look at what the government stands for and you actually look at their terms and conditions, it wasn't meant to be fair. It was just written to sound that way. Because if it was fair, there would be no issues in the world. It would be no problems if it was fair.
I don't agree with that. I think there was, and I think the Constitution is an attempt, and a great attempt at that, to try to be as fair to each individual as possible. And it's just a matter of scale. The fact that there's so many fucking people, and everything that happens affects everybody else, and nothing can happen without helping somebody and hurting somebody else. There has to be a system to try to minimize that. And I do think that if we're going to have a government at all, that should be the purpose of the government, to try to make sure that as individuals, we have the same opportunity as every other individual for whatever it is.
So how does Square make money?
Square, well, now they make money off of every time someone swipes and they've always done it this way, the little card reader. They take their percentage off of that. And they make you pay for the devices. Some services you have to pay for. So Square started off as, hey, just sign up and we'll send you this device and you just pay it off in 90 days. And in those 90 days, we're still going to charge you 1 or 2% off of every purchase that someone swipes on your card. So they make their money off of the interest that you're swiping.
Right.
Okay, so they're making their money that way, and if I had Square and I put $20 in there, and they're going to take 1% or they're going to take a percentage every time I spend something on Square. If I took that same $20 and stuck it in a traditional bank and they loaned it out to somebody and it generates interest from me, then I'm not getting dinged on that money. So I don't really see what the difference is. I mean, the traditional banks loaning your money out, they're just using your money in different ways or taking money from you in different ways.
Yeah, maybe
but they're both making money off of your money.
Yeah, let's
but I was talking about the fairness aspect of it.
Yeah, Joshua, let's take one step back, and because it sounds like we might be talking across each other. What was the point you were trying to make by asking whether it's fair that banks operate the way they do?
Well, I was trying to find out, do you think it's fair for someone to use your money just because you have it in their bank?
Mm-hmm. I mean, so we said yes, that's fair.
Okay. Well, that's the answer there. I don't think
you voluntarily put that money in that bank under those conditions. You didn't have to put your money in that bank. You could have put it in a safe in your house.
Right. And like I said, there's definitely nuance in like the fact that they use your money is not inherently an issue. The way that they use your money, and fractional reserve banking is not fair in the sense that we are talking about. But that's a much deeper conversation. But the notion of, hey, I'm holding on to your money for you, and you're gonna that you're gonna pay interest on anything that you borrow from us, and anything that we hold on for you, we can use we can use it for other shit that whatever it is that we want.
Yeah,
that sounds fair, because there's no even if it's not fair to the individual, it's equally unfair to all individuals. Does that make sense?
Oh no, I get it. It's kind of hard for me not to tilt my hand, because when I speak to the bank presidents and I talk to them about these concepts, and it's just a game that the bank plays. And I can tell you right now, from talking to the president of Arvest Bank and Regions Bank, it's not fair that they use your money. It's something that they're able to do because of the FDIC. Of the insurance of it, which is why it's only capped off at like 250,000. So the more people they bring into the bank, which is why they say, "Oh, open up a checking account with us. Open up a checking account." That's just the game that they play. They know it's not fair, but what are you going to do? You don't want to live in your neighborhood with $2 million in your safe, and someone finds out. So okay, hold it at our brick and mortar bank. We got it in the big safe, and we're going to condense it down, and it's not really even going to be in there. You can't withdraw $250,000 in one day. The most you can probably take out is about 50, but you can't, like, if I went to the bank and put in 2 million, I couldn't go back tomorrow and say, give me my $2 million. But they'd be like, yeah, you better read through these conditions again. So they know that it's not fair, but I'm speaking on the level of experience to tell you guys that what the banks are doing is not fair. But if you, like you said, if you want to play with them, that's what they're going to say. They're going to say, well, we're holding your money and we're leveraging it out on different real estate deals that we're doing, which is why we ask so many people to be customers of our checking account. But I get what you're saying. So I have no disagreements in what you're saying. It's just that when people talk about like fair, when it comes to like private companies and government, it's like, well, dude, I don't know if it's supposed to be fair. It probably sounds like it's supposed to, but I don't think that it's going to be.
Yeah, I think there's a level of or a depth to fairness where we as a cultural value, we believe that the government shouldn't add to unfairness.
Mm-hmm.
And private companies are allowed to do whatever they want, but because they are in the pocket of the government, then they want their cake. They want to have their cake and eat it too. And that's the part where I say it's unfair, meaning the laws, the rules, whatever, are not applied equally or fairly. Puzzle says, that's the thing. It is fair because you are technically paying for the safety of your money. Yeah, I think we do agree on that. So I don't want to take up too much of your time, Dashawn. Do you got to go, or do you want to hang out for the Tucker Carlson thing?
I will have to watch you guys. I overextended my hand as far as time goes, but I'll be listening. You guys got me. You guys got me heated when you start talking about money, man. Money and fairness and opportunities. I'd be like, "Yeah, this is my wheelhouse." But I'll be watching from the clouds, man.
All right, fair enough. So I'll give you the floor. Let the people know. Do how you do. The floor is yours.
For sure. Thank you guys for listening to this commentary. My name is Darshawn McAway. I'm kicking it with the IndianJesus. Listen, guys, go check out my podcast, wildpodcast.me. Just type in my name on YouTube, Darshawn McAway. Trust me, I got some good stuff on there, and I hope to see you guys soon. Peace.
Awesome. Thank you so much, brother, and appreciate you always. Just drop the link to his channel, so guys, go check that out. He's been doing streams every day, pretty much, right? And good stuff. And you guys, if you know Henry, that's where you're gonna find him. They just did a stream today. You said you're gonna do a second part to that.
I already released the second part. It came out at 7:30.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah. It's comical.
Word. All right. Have a good one, brother.
All right, man. Y'all be easy.
All right. So are you good on time, Indie Film? Do you want to watch this the Tucker Carlson interview, or do you have to go?
Oh, I can watch. It's a Tucker Carlson with the back massage guy.
Yep.
Andrew Tate.
So it's a
Sure.
14-minute video. All right. So this is from August 26th. So it was what, 4 days ago?
And was he banned at this point?
I believe so.
And
well, let's
can we say why he was banned?
I don't think there was a specific reason given. I think it was just like general like hate speech or something. I don't know, but maybe this will give us the answer. Let's see.
Months ago, we'd never heard of him. And then the other day, virtually every tech company on the planet banned him. Not just his presence, but also his ability to conduct business on the internet. He was taken off Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, all of it. Then they started telling you that not only was he not allowed to talk, but you weren't allowed to like him because he was an incredibly bad person. And our view on that always is we'll decide for ourselves, since we're adults and Americans, and we'll listen to anyone we want. We'll come to any conclusion we care to come to about what that person is about. So we sat down at some length and talked to Andrew Tate, and we wanted to show you some of it so you could make up your own mind, which you're still allowed to do as far as we're concerned. Here's part of the interview.
I don't really feel like I've exposed anything. Like, I'm truly not a very political person. This is the first time someone's experienced this level of ban. I'm not particularly right-wing. I don't vote.
Okay, well, it's not the first time. There was a sitting president who got banned. So
that's what I wanted to say too.
Let's play it fair, homie. Let's play it fair, but okay.
I mean, I obviously have my own personal views, but they didn't ban me for that. They banned me simply because I had large swaths of the population agreeing to very traditional masculine values. Teenage men and young men, 22, 23, 24, were looking up to me and aspiring to be like me. I have a very traditionally masculine life. I have fast cars and a big house and a lot of money and a beautiful girlfriend. And they thought this was very, very threatening. And for some reason, they decided that it's better if they annihilate me from the internet and replace me with somebody who's more aligned with whatever they're trying to purport.
Tell us what your message is to young men.
Yeah, so I think that being a man is very, very difficult. I think that men's issues are largely overlooked. The people in charge of the world pretend to care, but when somebody who's championing men's issues like myself comes forward and finally manages to garner huge percentiles of the public support, I'm silenced. So they're not really interested in men's issues. And there's a lot of young men growing up today that feel very disaffected. They feel invisible. The agendas that are being forced down their throats are not agendas they align with, or they feel affinity to, or agendas they want.
That's the type of shit that makes Ethan Klein's worldview. Because remember, he used to be somebody that most of us had some respect for. Maybe we didn't agree with everything that he said, but he was authentic. And then he turned into what we just watched.
And I basically just say to men, look, it's a very hard life. You're going to need to get up, work hard, Go to the gym. Strong body is a strong mind. You're going to have to reject listening blindly to everything you're told. Reject the slave mind. Think for yourself. Get a strong network of brothers. Work aside them. Don't tolerate low-quality people in your life, which means don't tolerate men who just smoke drugs and play video games, or men who are disloyal or dishonest. By extension, don't tolerate women or girlfriends who are disloyal or dishonest. And try and build and create a reality full of high-quality people in which you can resist the programming that the Matrix tries to
So before we get there, though, so before we get to when he talks about his having a girlfriend, I can foresee that in his world, a girlfriend is not necessarily a monogamous, or is not, don't even need the word necessary. Having a girlfriend is not a monogamous thing. It is open on his end. But I'm curious to see how he frames that. You feel me, Joe? Want to say something?
Oh, I was just gonna say I was waiting for you to say having a girlfriend is more of a trophy. Look at this great house. Look at this great car. Look at this hot girlfriend I have.
Well, I don't think he would put it that way, because he has women. The image that he projects, true or not, is that he has women around him and that desire him, and he doesn't need a hot girlfriend because he can get hot girls that he's not even monogamous with. So that's what I'm curious to see. But Darshan says coming up, so we'll see. Let's see.
Influence you with, and grow up truly happy. And what happens?
Back that up 1 second.
I mean, that the Matrix tries to influence you with, and grow up truly happy. And what happens is when I say these things, they ignore 95% of what I say. They ignore me saying that you need to avoid low-quality men, and they take the bit where I say avoid women who are dishonest, and then they put it on a reel, a very short 3 or 4 second clip. And then they say I'm a misogynistic person and I'm dangerous to women and I need to be banned. The problem is that the majority of young men in the world today are completely invisible. And social media has made them invisible. If you go into an Instagram feed, you have extremely beautiful women, which is fine. They're beautiful. They're allowed to take pictures. The only men who have followers are men with massive social status, right? Men with Ferraris and money, or rappers, or people who have YouTube channels, interesting people. If you're a normal man with a normal job, you don't really exist in the online world. It's very difficult to get followers. Nobody replies to your DMs. You don't really matter. You don't have access to the sexual marketplace. It's very difficult for you to even get any kind of recognition that you're even alive.
I just want to stop real quick, and there was, I don't remember who it was. I don't think it was Destiny. I don't know. It was somebody who was, or it might have been even Anna Kasparian, talking about how, because Andrew Tate's talked about how you don't get any DMs, as if getting DMs is the end all be all. It's like, no. The point of saying you don't getting DMs is saying that you're not getting attention that you so desperately crave. It's not that you're like, to a woman, oh, I'm not getting DMs. Like, I'll just get more DMs. And I just wanted to point that out because it was such a perfect example of the solipsism and the gynocentrism, is that getting DMs is a normal thing, and you shouldn't care. You shouldn't care about whether or not you're getting DMs, because everybody gets DMs. It's like,
no, I agree. I agree with one thing he said was don't surround yourself with loser men, right? Which I think I was talking about last night. Mm-hmm. Surround yourself with people that you want to be, or successful people. But the whole thing, I think the first thing he should tell these young men is delete all your social media. Don't worry. You're right. Who cares if you get a DM? Who cares if you get a like? It's
well, but
in the real world, it's meaningless.
So this is exactly the thing. It's not about the notion of getting a like. It's the fact that the way that kids, let's say, like Gen Z, the way that they interact is through these methods. So it's not about getting a like on a thing and then you have your family and everything else. It's that this is where your validation comes from. Instead of having a girl actually talk to you, she slides in your DMs. And so if it's we wouldn't scoff at the notion of a man getting zero sexual attention from females for his entire life, because we understand that is innately something important. You know, look at the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And so it's not about the DM. It's not about the like. It's what the DM or the like represents. And that is their only validation from the opposite sex.
Yeah. So stop using that as your only validation.
But that's not an option. If you're 25, that's not an option. How are you? I mean, it's an option.
These guys are going to be much happier not being on social media, not putting the value.
Everything that they, unless you are somebody like, especially if you are, let's say you're 15, and you don't have much of a life as we would think of as a man has a life where he has a job, he has hobbies, he has his identity. You don't have all of these things yet. The way that you develop these things, I mean, would you agree with the notion that if you're 18 and you've never gotten any attention from a woman, that's not so great?
And so you haven't got any attention from a woman online or in the real world?
At all.
Okay.
That's not great for the development of a human, right? If you're 18 years old and you haven't.
But if you're waiting your attention from people online, when obviously what he says, it's so superficial, it's, you know, having the Ferrari or being
it can be superficial, female. But it's the only that's my point though, is that it can be superficial, but it's not. I mean, I think
it's scary just how everybody's brain is getting wired to get an endorphin rush when they get a like or they get a DM.
That's what I'm saying. So you don't think there should be an endorphin rush if a girl that you like pays attention to you?
Yeah, but I'm separating online and the girl in your classroom.
And that's the issue. You can do that as a grown man. You can do that. If you are 20 years old, you don't have a frame of reference for living in the world without the internet. And so not getting a DM, that is equal to the situation where you're 18 and girls will not talk to you. Where you try to spark up a conversation and she just walks away. And that's happened to every single girl that you've ever tried to talk to for 18 years of your life. That's the situation, because now people don't walk up to each other anymore. And so you could say, yeah, it would be better if all of the kids stopped doing that and went back to IRL, but that's not the landscape anymore. So you can want DMs to not matter, but if you're not getting DMs, it means you're not talking to women at all. And that's the issue. It's not because it's a DM. It's because the contact from the woman is through a DM. That's the only way you're getting attention. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think that's the problem.
I mean, I agree. But again, the point is that it's not the role of a 20-year-old who's in the middle of this to fix that problem. They are a victim of the circumstance.
Exactly. Get away from social media.
We got Positile in the building. What's going on, brother? Positile, you there? I'm going to drop you down, try to come back up. We'll continue with the video.
A lot of men feel lost and lonely because of that. And I was championing to a degree their issues by saying to them, look, that is unfair perhaps, but that's the way the game works. You need to become a man of importance. You need to become a man of influence, or you're going to suffer the pain of being invisible forever. Here is how you do it. I wasn't trying to change the rules of the game. I was just telling the men how to win because I came from...
Boom. I wasn't trying to change the rules of the game. I was just telling the men how to win. All right, take two. Positile.
Did it work now?
Yes, sir. Welcome. What's going on?
I just want to say that I'm just losing hope at this point, you know.
Losing hope? Losing hope in what?
Man, in general, in society, you know. I mean, it seems like we're just going to go into this rabbit hole. And at the end of the day, the men they're criticizing today are going to be the ones that are going to save all the society in the future from all the chaos. You know, it's going to be ironic. You know.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm a little bit more optimistic because of you know, the fourth turning, the notion. You know, I was wearing the shirt for my sick t-shirt, mysickshirt.com, that strong men, we make good times make weak men, weak men make bad times, and bad times make strong men. So it can only ever get so bad. And we're already seeing that Gen Z, in comparison to millennials, have a more conservative tilt than would be expected. And so, regardless of your personal politics, the pendulum swings back and forth. And so we've gone super far left. Whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, we've gone super far left, and we're starting to see the pendulum swinging back down. And the notion of these boys feeling this way and resonating with the content, as I was talking about before, that's not going away. There's only going to be more and more. Like for you, it's like whack-a-mole. You cancel one, and somebody else is just going to take their place. Two other guys are going to take their place, and you ban them, and two other guys are going to take each of their place. And I think that's how you know, it's going to turn around. And maybe we go back a little bit too far, and you know, people are legitimately looking to take away women's right to vote or something. But I see us going in that direction. And just to be clear, I think that would be a bad thing. But, well, I mean, I don't think it would be a good thing. I'm not going to say necessarily I think it would
just
be
keep it balanced, yeah.
But I don't think it would be a good thing to take away the vote from women. But theoretically, that's the direction we're heading. And in a good way, because if we stop before we get to the extreme, we're in the extreme on this side now. So we want to go towards the other extreme, but just not be extreme.
Exactly. Yeah. Man, I love that. You take the lead, Jesus. All right. Wherever you go, I go. You know.
Exactly. All right. Diving back in, he said, I'm going to run that line back because it was awesome.
Need to become a man of importance. You need to become a man of influence, or you're going to suffer the pain of being invisible forever. Here is how you do it. I wasn't trying to change the rules of the game. I was just telling the men how to win, because I came from nothing and I'm completely and utterly self-made. And I think the reason a lot of men are so depressed is because they feel invisible. They feel like the life is too hard. Women expect me to be strong and smart and funny and interesting with a nice apartment and a fast car and tall and well connected and funny, and it's just too much for them to handle. And the social pressure on men is absolutely immense. And I was championing their issues. And at the same time, all these social media platforms pretend to care. As soon as somebody they resonate with stands up and champions their issues, they mass blanket ban me, which shows they have absolutely no care for the young men of the world today. They think that by banning me, I'm just going to vanish, and the young men are just going to go and start eating the gruel that they're fed on their YouTube feed. They don't want to read. They don't want to see transgender people wear makeup. They don't want to see that. They want to see a man who has a bunch of money and a nice
Fox News, most censored man in the world. I don't know about all that, but
life and some fast cars and is strong and is confident. They want an action hero, and that's something that large portions of the world still want to be. And YouTube and social media platforms obviously just don't like the idea of that. They want to get rid of me and try and replace me with something they see as far more malleable, trying to create people which are more malleable and more easy to program and more easy to control.
So
shout out to Tucker for letting him just go like that. I mean, I don't watch the news very often, but from 5, 6, 7 years ago when I did, the TV news.
Yeah.
You never got more than like 2 minutes to spit out whatever it is that you had to say. So kudos to, and I'm not a huge fan of Tucker Carlson. I think that because the media has gotten really bad, he does seem to be the best of the TV news guys. But that's not really saying much, in my opinion.
All those things he said that make you attractive to women, none of those are achieved on the internet.
Say that again.
All those things he was talking about, earning money and well, I mean, earning money. Okay, you can earn money on the internet, but all those things that he was talking about, that would make you attractive to women, you have to do in the real world.
Right.
You can't do it on the internet. Generally,
right.
Okay, was he successful because of the internet, or was he successful outside of the internet, and then he brought his philosophy to the internet?
Yeah.
So again, what I'm saying is, get them their reliance on the internet. Get rid
I hear
of
what you're
that.
saying. I don't know. I'm not sure. Was there somebody? Did they say something about being able to accomplish all of this on the internet?
Yeah, he was no. But what I'm saying is, that should be his number one thing. Is like, stop looking for validation on the internet and go out and make something of yourself.
That is the message.
Outside the internet.
That's the message. That's precisely the message. If you look at the stream that the first stream we did with Andrew Tate, where you see him get in the back rub, he starts it off by saying, "I'm not really I don't really know this internet world like this. I like to go outside and I live in the world." So I think, again, like Anna Kasparian, you're getting hung up on the notion of getting likes for the sake of getting likes, or getting DMs for the sake of being able to check your phone and say, "Oh, I got them." That's not what it is. You're missing the connection between the real life value of what's being talked about and how it's manifested online.
Yeah, like the interest of average women into men, and it's reflected on social media,
Right. So we already established that if you're an 18-year-old and you never had a successful conversation with a woman, then that is, that's not good for that man's development, and certainly not good for his self-esteem. The only difference is that the women are using social media to talk to the men that they want.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's not about whether you're getting likes on, a picture of your sandwich. There is an integration that's happened from, again, in the last 20 years. There's been an integration between real life and the internet that is already done. So we can say, yes, we wish it were different. And that's all well and good. But it's not different. It is very much intertwined. You are not getting, and certainly, if you're not getting DMs from girls, you're certainly not having conversations with them in real life.
Yeah.
Not because you aren't, because they have 70 dudes in their DMs.
Yeah, especially for young people like me, I mean, social media is the main way to communicate, with other women.
How old are you, Cosmo?
I'm 20. Yeah, I'm 20. So
maybe you could speak to a little bit better, because I'm that very, very special millennial age where I was I grew up alongside the internet. So my childhood was without the internet, and as the internet and technology was becoming big, I was in middle school and high school, and then by the time I got to college, we were on Facebook. And then, the rest is history. So for somebody of your age who's never grown up when, and again, any family, if you think about the notion of somebody who's younger, like Positile can't get into a bar. So
exactly. Yeah.
Where is he supposed to talk to these women?
Library,
school, work.
They don't
the park. Get a puppy. Dude. Women will come.
I have a puppy. I got a puppy in 2010 when I was in college, and you know what happened?
You need a cute puppy.
They ignored me, and were like, "Oh my god, your dog's so cute," and then walked off.
Then you say you should see what he does with peanut butter.
But the point is that you're saying, oh, the library at school. But you can't go up to a girl in the library that you haven't made contact with on social media.
Yeah,
unless...
I'm just kidding. By the way, I'm just kidding. Yeah,
right. But unless you are already of that top tier of men, especially of that age group.
Yeah.
it's just not a skill that young men develop.
Exactly. Yeah.
By the time you're 11, 12 years old and you're starting to get interested in girls, the medium of that interaction happens through a screen.
Exactly.
So you don't have the choice to get the validation from women that you need, and also opt out of social media. And I agree with you that that's a problem, but they are intertwined. And so when he says things like they're not getting any DMs, they're not getting any likes, it's not like, well, so what? Just go outside and get it. Like, no. There is no outside anymore.
Yep.
There is no outside anymore.
Sadly,
and especially if you're 20 years old. I mean, at a bar is your best bet, your best bet for IRL. But again, if you're 14, 15, 16, 20 years old.
Yeah, you got to learn at least some skills from social media, you know, or the screen.
And that's another good point. Building the skill. Like when I turned 21, again, social media was just, coming about. I think maybe I was on Facebook when I turned 21, but I was definitely on MySpace, but that was it. So I had spent my childhood from the moment I went through puberty. If I wanted to talk to a girl, it was the social norm that men or boys at that point would go up and talk to girls. But now that's not how it works. So if you're to go up and just speak to somebody who you've never friend requested, like I'm being a little bit hyperbolic there, but it's different. It just is different.
Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, you're totally right.
So kids in 5th grade, kids in 6th grade, kids in 7th grade, 8th grade, they can't talk to girls in their class?
Nope.
They can't develop that in high school or in middle school? They can't.
How would they do that? How would they do that? The girls are not willing to have you some dude just walking up on them. They're used to being approached.
If you're in class with them, they know you.
I mean, it's not
like
impossible.
You're not in middle school and it's a bar, where you're hitting on them. You're cracking jokes, or you're a good baseball player.
But how do you
get
the skill to do that? How do you get the skill to be comfortable to do that? If there are no girls willing to talk to you, that it's not through a screen.
I've got a 10-year-old soon-to-be stepson. He's talking to girls in his class.
Yeah, I mean,
he's talking to girls
is he talking to girls in
our friends' daughters.
Is he talking to girls in his class that have seen his social media?
He doesn't have social media.
So then, I mean, maybe you're breaking the mold. But certainly, the 20-year-olds of today, their parents are millennials. Their parents are the ones who stuck I worked in restaurants for 5 years. Those are the people who were in the high chair in the restaurant with an iPad in front of their face from the moment they were waiting to get sat.
And that's absolutely a problem. I push back against that every time I see it.
And
don't give your kid your phone to play with. They're 2 years old. They don't need a device for social media until they can pay for that device.
Yeah, and as a young man, it's not that it's impossible to talk to girls.
Right.
It is possible, obviously. But the thing is, for the average, man, it's not that easy. And from my experience, I learned that in high school it was easier to find girls and talk to them than now that I'm graduated. It's really hard to find. And if you find one, she probably already has someone. So it's very difficult, So that's why we seek social media, because you can, in a way, stalk and check if she has.
Let's not use the word stalk, but
no, yeah. But I mean, in a way, you just check it out.
Stalking.
Say, yeah, you check it out, and she doesn't have a partner. No, it's my shot, But either way, the fear of even adding her as a friend or texting her is still there, and imagine that fear. You're feeling that fear in social media in front of the screen. Imagine the average man feeling that fear in real life.
Well, we don't have to imagine it. We don't have, because we did it, but we didn't have the easier version of the screen to compare it to.
Yeah, exactly.
So any film can't seem to fathom this, because every growing up, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but growing up, that was the norm, that you just talk to people.
Exactly.
And so not only yourself, but the men around you and the women that y'all were hitting on were all primed to say, oh, okay, a guy's coming up to me, he's going to buy me a drink. Oh, I'm going to entertain this because I don't have 70 rich dudes who are willing to fly me out to Dubai and in my inbox.
Yeah.
But now things are different. And it's definitely true that, a cold approach is still a thing. And Pascal, whether you drink or not, once you turn 21 and you can get in the bars, it definitely gets opens up a little bit more.
I am literally just waiting. I'm turning 21 next year. So, man, I'm so excited. But yeah, it's just, it's very difficult for the average man, nowadays.
And I think from, it's always been difficult. And it is easier now in some respects. The approach itself is much easier now because all you got to do is click add friend or follow or whatever. And even if that is scary to you, like you were just saying, the act of physically walking up to a strange woman and say, "Hey, I'm interested in you." That's how we did things.
Yeah.
That's how we did things.
Yeah.
And so it's not that it's harder for you. It's just the frame, the framing that you have for how difficult that should be is much lower, and that's not your fault.
No, I totally get it. I mean, personally, it's not that I'm saying for me it's difficult, but I know for the average individual man, and it's hard, and yeah, man, it's just it's hard,
It's
for the
difficult.
average,
It's never been easy. And internet or no internet, it's never been easy. It's always been about having the confidence to do what you want to do. But the landscape is just a little bit different now.
Yeah, now let's think about it. I mean, if you're a girl, you have all these options in social media, from other men who are more likely, or they look according to their account, they look, really good, average. I mean, good option, man. And then there's a random dude that comes up to you, and wants to be, interested on you. I mean,
so I want to shift that back to indie film. Have you heard it talked about, the notion of how like Tinder and even Instagram itself has changed the dating market in the context of like a girl from a small town in Ohio and her options? Have you heard that kind of conversation before?
Okay, so I can obviously see, and this is funny because I'm going to relate this as something from yesterday, that when you're in a small town and there's the cute country girl that lives, half a mile down, you guys are in school, it's Forrest and Jenny, and Forrest ends up with Jenny. If Jenny had guys online hitting her up that are 30 years old and they're successful, then Jenny's going to go with them, right? And that's how it happened pre-internet anyway. I mean, if you're in a bigger world, that happens anyway. And but if you, in my relation to, I'm relating to the Muslim world, and you look and you say, why are all these young men so willing to kill themselves, to sacrifice their lives? Because they don't have options for women either. Okay, but their options were determined by the sheik had all the women, or the rich guys got all the women. So all these young men in these Muslim worlds, they didn't have any options. And what did they do? They're willing to die for the cause because they don't have a wife, they don't have a kid, they don't have a girlfriend. And what you're talking about is what's going to happen in our world. You're going to have all these younger guys getting radicalized and they're going to gravitate to more radical things because they don't have the options. And
absolutely,
so what do you do about it? I mean, you can't nuke the internet.
Right. Well, I was going to say, I can tell you what not to do about it is when there's somebody who's actually not advocating for violence that resonates with them. If you ban him, then you're just, I mean, this is the earliest version of this that I can remember is Saddam Hussein. Iraq was Iraq. And then Saddam Hussein was taken out. And look at it now. It was never good, but it definitely
that was stability.
Better than it is.
That was like the same stability that you got from the USSR. You got stability, but it's just under a dictator.
Yeah, it's
But
funny.
I don't think we want that. We want freedom, I don't have a problem. I benefited from it for a few years of being able to date younger women because I was more established, had a house, had a car, had a job.
I'm this close to that. This channel's just got to take off.
It definitely made it easier. But also I got married at 20, but also in my 20s I was able to find girls to date also that were around my age or a few years younger. I don't know. I mean,
well, that's precisely what I was referring to. So when I don't remember exactly how old you are, and I'm not asking if you, but when you were 20 years old, the girls that you would see around town or around your school, they saw the guys that were around town and around school.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, and again, I take the small town in Ohio or Alabama or some backwood, the hottest girl, or excuse me, the hottest guy in the bayou doesn't hold a candle to an Andrew Tate in the eyes of that same girl. Whereas before, she would never fathom that she could be with someone like Andrew Tate. But now, all she has to do is send a DM. And she's, oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. We got a H3 posted something. We'll get back to that in a moment. Thank you, Tyler. Now the girl has so many options that same dude who was maybe the hottest dude in the bayou, he went from the top contender to number 7 million and whatever, because every other guy in the world she has access to in the palm of her hand. So what does that say about your average dude? That you're not getting DMs.
Yeah.
And that's the crux of it, is that it's not about the DMs, it's about the attention from women. All right, so Darshan said the girlfriend part's coming up like an hour ago. So let's finish up with this.
In the United States say that the U.S. Embassy in Bucharest, Romania, was tipped off to your misdeeds and alerted the local authorities you might be committing human trafficking. Given that this is the same charge they leveled against Julian Assange or a species of it, skeptical, but I want to know the details. Were you arrested?
Wow, I'm surprised they brought it up.
For human trafficking? What happened?
Yeah, I was not arrested. So what happened is I suffered from a case of swatting. It's very popular with people who are large on the internet. Many large YouTubers have been swatted. It's where you call the police and you say somebody has a gun or a hostage situation and the SWAT team arrives. Somebody made a phone call to the American embassy saying that I was holding women at my house. The police arrived. And let me state this now. I state this openly to the world. I have absolute respect for the police. I would hate to live in a country where if you call the police saying women are being held against their will, that the police don't respond. That would be terrible. Of course they should come and look. Absolutely. They turned up. They investigated. They realized that nobody was in the house against their will. There was no crime committed. They said, okay, you're not a suspect, but you are a witness to this. Along with me, my brother, the housekeeper, the gardener, everybody who was in the premises at the time was labeled a witness. We had to go to the police station for 45 minutes for pieces of paper. We filled them in and we were let go. I was swatted. Nobody was hurt. There's no human trafficking. There's no women who were tied up. There's none of these things. It's all just complete fallacy.
But Ela said, there's no if about it. It's definitely true. Now, again, I don't know. It very well could be that he's lying and he did those things. But I'm an American. I don't believe in holding people accountable for being guilty without evidence. Maybe I'm crazy, but that's just how I roll. Anything from you guys? You want to jump back in? Nope. Cool.
My bad, man.
Probably made some of these companies mad with reviews on COVID. So sum up for us, if you would, what you think the response to COVID globally did to the populations of the West.
Yeah, so I certainly made them mad with my views on COVID. I don't want to go to conspiracy theory, and I would also never kill myself. Let me just say that here for the record. But at the time of COVID, first being announced, my brother and I decided we sat and had a very logical conversation, and we sat and said, we're two young fighting age males. If COVID can kill us, then the world is over. It's zombie apocalypse time. So there's no point hiding. We may as well go out with a bang. So my brother and I flew to Stockholm, Sweden. Now, I don't know if many people know this, but Sweden never closed down. Stockholm and Sweden never closed down, never made you wear masks, never mandated the vaccine. At the very beginning of COVID, when the rules were strictest, when Florida was still closed, when Miami was still closed, when the Republican states were still closed, Stockholm, Sweden was wide open with full.
Does anybody know why that is super ironic? Or, yeah, why that is very ironic? Are you guys familiar with Stockholm Syndrome?
Nah, man. To be honest, I'm into that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, any film? Go ahead.
Yeah. No. It's when you're held hostage and generally, and you start identifying and sympathizing with the hostage taker.
Okay.
And that happened everywhere except Stockholm. I just find that funny. Happenstance, as it were.
Nightclubs and a party scene like you've never seen. And we lived in Sweden for 3 solid months with zero restrictions, zero worry or interest in COVID. It was like the world was completely normal. And from there, when we left, obviously COVID was still going on. In a neighboring country, you go to Germany, and they were having full panic attacks, genuine panic attacks if you didn't have a mask on. And it was just very obvious to me. I was like, I'll spend the last
double masking 3
months ignoring this, and I'm fine. And now I'm in Germany, surrounded by panic attacks and endless masks. This doesn't make sense. And I told the truth. I said, this obviously,
by the way, man,
the decimation of your income, the fact that you can't go get a doctor's appointment for a genuine ailment or a genuine risk of cancer, for example, the fact that you can't see your loved ones in their final days, these things are far more destructive than the common cold.
So, what are you saying?
Yeah, by the way, I never heard you talk about this, but what do you think about this COVID thing? Like the way the government took it and the whole world took it. What do you think about it?
Terrible. I am not. I did not get jabbed. I intended to. When everything was going down, I was working at a Petco, and I was still a dog trainer there, but I was working at Petco, and we had 14 days to slow the spread, and my job was deemed essential because pets need to eat, right? But I'm not a cashier. I'm a dog trainer. Too bad. You got to come in. We're closing down dog training, but you got to come in 8 hours a day, stand behind a register. All right. I mean, most people are out of work, but whatever. Another 2 weeks, and they say, okay, my position got furloughed because of the fact that there was no training. And so from the very start, nobody had an issue with me standing in front of, I don't know how many people a day. But all of this food, all of this dirty animal stuff. I was cleaning the ferret cage. And of course, everything that somebody buys, they touch. And at that point, we didn't know that it was mostly the droplets And so everybody was fine with me being out there. And I, again, at this point, we didn't really know what was going on. So I was like, I mean, I was out there for 2 weeks. I'm fine. They say, it's mostly for old people and da-da-da-da. I was like, okay, I guess, I'll just put it off until it becomes an inconvenience to not have the jab, and then I'll just go get it. It seemed, that seemed like a rational way to approach it. But then, and this is, again, this is early on. So me and my dad would still hang out, and we would kind of laugh at the liberals who were going crazy. And my brother and my sister both live in Philly, so they're right in the heart of the city, and they were very concerned about the risk of the
getting
thing.
infected. Yeah.
So and me and my dad were kind of like, oh, look at them. The news told them this, so they da. As soon as the Delta variant came around, my dad's like, oh no, there's a new variant. I think maybe we should, I don't know. I was uninvited from Thanksgiving, which my birthday is November 28th. And so typically, with us in 2 different states of 5 people, typically we celebrate my birthday when we get together for Thanksgiving. But I was disinvited. So then I was going to go to Christmas because my siblings were going to go with their significant others. But my brother decided that he wanted to, or he didn't want to go or whatever. He made the decision that he was going to go to our parents' house. So I was disinvited from Christmas. And the same thing happened the following year.
That's crazy.
I have not even, knock on wood, I haven't gotten so much as a cold. And I don't know anybody. I'm pretty sure I don't know anybody who is unjabbed who's gotten COVID. And most people that I know who are jabbed have gotten it multiple times. I don't know what that says. I'm very clear on the science of the, or at least what's released, of, the efficacy of the shots. And that's why I was intending to take it originally. But when they started getting shifty, starting with Fauci, you don't need a mask. Nobody should be wearing masks. And then it came out that he was lying because he was trying to save the masks for doctors. It was game over for me. I was like, I don't care why you lied. You lied.
Credibility. That's all that matters. Yeah.
Exactly. So, and now CDC has said that unvaccinated people and vaccinated people have the exact same, level of immunity or whatever.
Yeah.
And I haven't heard one apology yet. Not going to hold my breath on that one, but many people disowned me as friends and family because I wouldn't do it. And, I brought up things like, schmushmushing when it comes to my body, my choice. And I brought up things like how I was, my therapist at the time told me that I'm suffering from depression and that I should go on an antidepressant, an SSRI. And I wasn't comfortable with that. And I thought, I'm not a therapist, but I do have a degree in psychology. I know myself pretty well. And, not for nothing, I did self-medicate with benzodiazepines, like Xanax, in my drug days. And I know that those things were never very much of an issue in terms of the addiction, but they were very effective when it came to the anxiety that I have that I believe causes the depression, not the other way around. And so I went against doctors' advice, and I didn't go on SSRIs. I've been taking Klonopin, and I'm very glad that I make that choice. Nobody has an issue with that. But when it comes to the jab, somehow it's now everybody's business, and I'm a second-class citizen because that's what it is. So sorry for the long-winded answer, but
no, man, I really want to, I really want to hear your opinion about it, because I never heard of you talking about it. Yeah, so I'm glad now. Thank you. My life is complete. Now I can go to heaven.
I will show you the way, my son. All right, we got about 5 minutes left of this.
I think that what they're doing is unfair. I think it's a massive overreaction. And this is based on my personal experience. And I think at the time there was a lot of pushback, but I would like to think now that 99% of the world see I was totally right. It's kind of funny, Tucker. I'll tell you, when at the height of COVID, I used to say to my brother, how will people struggle with the cognitive dissonance when this is all over? Because COVID is still out there. Nothing's gone away. The thing that we were all hiding from is still right there, out there to get you. But now everyone walks around and they're not scared of it anymore. And I'm like, are people critical enough to analyze themselves and say, for a year of my life, I was deathly afraid of something. Now I'm exposing myself to said thing and I'm not afraid anymore. The media tricked me and I was a fool. But they're not. They don't even seem to self-analyze and go, I got tricked. They're just like, oh, okay, next thing. Hey, Andrew now. Like robots. It's mind-bending to me, truly.
So I saw you compare the experience of rich people under COVID, you're one of them, to everybody else. What did you notice about that? It seemed like a two-tiered response.
Yeah, so the story was very simple. I was flying inside of Europe. There's a lot of low-cost air carriers. It's only low-cost primarily. There's not much first class, business class, anything like that. And I was flying, and my experience was plagued by endless paperwork, wearing a mask, put the mask over your nose. Every time you eat, you have to put the mask on in between. I got told off for not having the mask up high enough. I got told off for drinking too long because my mask wasn't on. Pure panic and chaos. And because I'm fortunate enough to be fiscally secure, from there I decided I'll just buy private jets from now on. And when I bought a private jet, there was no masks, no paperwork, no mask at the airport. When I landed, my air stewardess was not wearing a mask. My pilot was not wearing a mask. COVID didn't exist once I bought a private jet. Very interesting. Maybe if you're rich enough, maybe COVID's scared of money. I'm not sure. But it seems that everyone who's flying on private jets never had to worry about COVID ever. It's just the people at the bottom who had to worry about COVID. And it's kind of interesting, right? Life's always been two-tiered. There's always been this separation in regards to fiscal access. But I think a lot of people in the world today don't realize that it still very much exists. And a lot of the rules are only the rules for a certain class of people. And once you pass a certain wealth index or a certain level of money, you can do basically whatever you want. And COVID really highlighted that to me. And it's truly sad. I mean, it's easy for me to make a joke of it, but when I would fly on a private jet and do whatever I wanted, or go to Sweden and party in nightclubs and do whatever I wanted, and then I'd come to, let's say, England and see my friend who couldn't go see his dying grandmother because of a COVID restriction, that's truly sad. That's truly criminal. It's really crazy what's happened and how the world's just moved on, and the cognitive dissonance that people don't have enough respect for themselves and for the truth to analyze how they were so easily fooled.
And what he's talking about is another piece of this that makes me so bitter, is that the start, if you remember, at the beginning, it was the because of Dr. Fauci, it was the conservatives who were all about the masks and whatever. But then as soon as Fauci said it, then we were like, hold on, wait a minute. And all of the libtards, all the people who listen to Dr. Fauci, then took up his cause and whatever. But early on, the argument about not wanting to lock down and stuff like that was like, oh, because you need a haircut. Oh, I need and silly things like that. And it's like, well, first of all, yes, I do want to be able to go get a haircut if I am in America, but also there's other things that people do in their lives that are important, that don't happen inside your house. And what he's talking about, people in the funerals, people in the hospital.
And it was kind of funny, because what were they expecting, if everybody was just at home, like the disease was just going to go away, you know what I mean? Like scientifically, diseases don't go away. Even the Black Plague still exists. An average of 7 Americans get infected every year, It's still here. So were they trying to slow down the process of infection so they can get a vaccination, or You know,
Well, the official story was that they were trying, 14 days to slow the spread was meant to help with the hospitals that were going to be overwhelmed with patients. And so we wanted to lock down so that, the trickle in of the so many people who would be on ventilators wouldn't overwhelm the hospitals. Turns out that we had entire camps, entire fields full of medical tents and et cetera, that were never,
Italy suffered
ever
the most, remember?
used. Second?
Italy suffered the most, remember? Oh, you saw the
Italy,
dead bodies
Australia.
everywhere. Yeah. Oh,
Australia was really bad. Yeah. And
populations, older populations suffered the most, and Italy had a very high older population. I worked for a hospital system when we took a convention center, and I think we put 200 beds in that convention center. None were ever used, and they might be still sitting there.
Probably
2.5 years later.
Probably.
I did. I was never. Sorry. I now somebody that got COVID. I got COVID, and probably affected me for 3 days. I didn't miss work, but I worked from home, and I had 2 days where I had to take a nap, like around 3 o'clock.
Oh my goodness!
I took like an hour nap. So for me, it was like the flu. I also did. I was outside a lot. I was taking vitamin D and zinc for the year prior to that, and I would always take vitamin D kind of and zinc not on a daily basis, but just every once in a while. But I was taking it on a daily basis.
Were you eating horse paste?
And Jesus, do you think your perspective would have changed if you were like in your 60s and today, during COVID? Do you think you actually would have felt concerned? You know what I mean?
Well, I'm in my 50s.
Yeah.
So, but I'm active. I smoke cigars and I drink bourbon, both of which maybe helped. I don't know, but I didn't see it. I just looked at the statistics. And we'll start with the mask. There's been no substantial studies that prove the mask do anything, especially these cloth masks that people had, designer cloth masks with.
There have, however, been studies that show that one person wearing an N95 mask is better protection than two people wearing cloth masks. So
wearing two masks, they could be wearing two masks. Yeah. No.
Yeah. So,
the mask. I try to separate the. I work in a hospital system. Yes, if you get an N95 that's fitted to your face, not with the gaps on the side, and that can make a difference. But also, you don't want to wear that all day. Doctors don't wear those all day. It's not good for you. Did anybody see the video of the high school girl running track wearing a mask and just passing out?
Passed out. Yep.
I coached high school soccer. I would have never, and I was coaching kids in soccer like U8. Never let they wanted to have masks on the sidelines and stuff. I'm like, no, take the mask off. You're not going to go on the field with a mask. You're not going to wear it. First of all, you're 8 years old. You know how many 8-year-olds were dying of COVID? None.
Probably legitimately like 4.
Now, who had some major health issues.
And man, I feel like I was going to say real quick.
I've never got, as far as I know, I never got it again. Which I don't. I also, if you look at how viruses work, generally, when you get the virus, your body fights it off. You're immune to it from then on. I do know someone who got the virus and then wanted to travel to Hawaii, so she got a vaccination, and then she did get it again. So is the vaccination healthy or hurting?
It lowers your chances, but it doesn't get rid of the chances that you'll get it. It doesn't stop transmission, and you can get symptoms that are relatively similar to the virus itself. So at the end, I was just like, all right, well, if I'm not going to purposely get myself sick. If I get sick, then I get sick. But I'm not going to inject something that's going to make me sick so that I don't get sick. That doesn't make any sense.
How many people got the flu and called their doctor, didn't go in, and the doctor said, "Oh, you probably have COVID," you know, and then just marked it on their chart as COVID.
Way too many.
You know,
way too many.
I think.
Puzzle, were you gonna say something before, Puzzle?
I was gonna say, I feel like the news media made it more chaotic than what I mean. It's
well,
like
there was that whole Project Veritas thing about how the death counter is doing gangbusters. They knew what they were doing.
Man, it's just something is very scary. How, oh man, the news media has so much power, as like the government. It's, oh man, it's very scary. How even remember the George Floyd. What happened. Out of nowhere, all this police brutality videos started coming up, and they started going against police and all these things. They made the problem popular and temporarily.
Right.
So the same thing with COVID. They made it popular, well, temporarily, but for a year or 2 years. So it's very, for me, it's very scary. Yeah, it is.
Definitely. All right, let's finish this up and see if anybody wants to come up, and then we'll call it a night.
It's really sad to even think about, but maybe that was the beginning of me being disliked by just pointing out my human experiences during the pandemic. But I want to tell you something that's actually kind of scary about this banning. It all came so hard and so fast that
that's what she said.
I don't know if they all just follow each other. I don't know if they're all
you watch The Office?
I don't know if there's someone above them all. I don't know. But when they go to cancel you, ladies and gentlemen, it comes hard and fast. You lose your Facebook, then your Instagram, then your Gmail, then your Discord, then your website hosting, then your domain name, then your payment processor, then your bank. Then it's just like in real time, you're watching your phone and apps just exploding. Boom, boom, boom. It's crazy.
But according to oh, I can do that. Cool. No, wait, word up. I know I got space since you guys aren't cammed up. But he was Ethan and Ela. They're saying oh, that doesn't happen. That's not a thing. That doesn't happen. But it does.
Yeah, exactly.
And it did. But it's Andrew Tate, so they don't care. They're only going to care when it's them. Speaking of which,
I was asking.
Go ahead.
When DMAC was on, I was asking how many followers he thought Tate had, and I was trying to go towards why doesn't he just go to Rumble, and Steven Crowder gets banned from YouTube, and yet he's already on Rumble. He should just not go back to YouTube. And Tim Pool should just say, you know what, we're just going to go to Rumble. We're not going to be on YouTube. If 10 of those guys, the number one guys that are conservative, say, or right or whatever, if 10 of them just say, you know what, we're on Rumble, screw YouTube, that's going to have an effect.
I don't think it's going to work. Yeah.
Theoretically, yes. But the problem is the people are just like with the thing with the DMs. The people are on YouTube.
Yeah.
Viewers don't have an experience to care enough about, some do, but by and large, viewers don't know or care about the, the inner workings, the behind the scenes. They're just, this is YouTube and this is where they go. So,
yeah, but if he gets 50% of his followers to follow him over to Rumble, and Tim Pool gets 50% to follow him over, and Steven Crowder gets 50%. Look at Trump. Trump had what, really, 80 million Twitter followers?
I mean, theoretically, I agree.
50 million?
I agree with you, but what the actuality of that is not very reasonable, because the new viewers come from YouTube. YouTube is a game where you're constantly growing. And content creation, you're constantly growing, and so by not going on YouTube, yes, you are you're fighting the cancellation policy, but the reason that this whole cancel culture works is because they have so much leverage by having all the eyeballs that it doesn't matter. Go ahead, go over to Rumble.
Yeah,
all of my videos are on Rumble. I started.
This is why I still have my
this
MySpace
channel
account.
two entities ago. I was the R Really podcast, I was the I Didn't Read Your Book podcast, and then I became IndianJesus. All three of those happened. And, switching and different stuff. And I'll check right now. I probably have 4 people who follow me on Rumble, and everything that it's automatic. I don't even know what that means. But yesterday's So yesterday, the 2 shorts that I put out today, 0 views. The stream from last night, 0 views. The short from before the Islam thing, 2 views. The stream with Sneeko in the title, 1 view. I mean, there's just not people.
Well, let me ask you this. Yeah, let me ask you this. Can I interact with you on Rumble the way I am right now on YouTube?
Nope.
If you decided to go to Rumble and not be on YouTube, do they have that same feature?
Yeah, I could go live just on Rumble, and you'd be able to chat there. But
okay, so you know why I'm not watching Rumble, or I'm not on Rumble right now? If you're live on Rumble, because I can't.
I am live on Rumble. That's what I'm saying. I'm live on Rumble.
Yeah, but you're live on Rumble.
It's
but
not as soon as that. So my mistake, just to clarify, it doesn't stream live to Rumble as soon as it's over. It posts to Rumble.
Okay,
but
so I can't interact with you live on Rumble.
You can, but I would. You can, but I would have to do only Rumble.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing for I'm guessing for Crowder and for Pool. They don't have that. What's Pool's thing is super chats, right? Does Rumble have super chats? I don't know.
Yeah, they do, and they have the resources to have 2 different. Like all I would need to do Rumble and StreamYard that goes to YouTube and Twitch and Twitter all the same. All I would need was a second camera. If I set up a second camera and set that output to Rumble, then that's the Rumble feed, and then the webcam from my laptop would be through StreamYard, which goes to YouTube. So they have all you need is a second camera.
All right, well, just not a second camera, and I'll be over there. So then there'll be 1. And that's how you
but I
start.
mean, think about it. It's the same thing with the regular social media. Like there's nobody on Parler, there's nobody on Getter, there's nobody on Gab. There's barely people on Truth Social. That's I mean,
who's on MySpace?
No one.
Okay. So when Facebook came around, why didn't people just stay on MySpace?
Because
when
Facebook
everybody was on MySpace.
Because they adapted.
Yeah, Facebook was better.
Yeah.
Okay.
I put that in quotes, meaning just like not in every way, but the market decided that was better. That's where the attention went.
I think there was one thing clever that Facebook did was when they started, they were exclusive. You had to have an EDU email account to be on Facebook.
Yep.
And so that made it, hey, just college kids are on there. It's our place. We're not, everybody's on MySpace. We don't care about that. This is our place. And I think that's the one thing that catapulted them to where they are now, because now people that got on there 20 years ago or 15 years ago with their EDU account, they're still there. They don't have that email account anymore, but they're still there. And now anybody can get on.
I agree with you, but that was that happened in the context of the chronology of all that shit that happened. There's been plenty more social media platforms that have come about, and other than TikTok and I guess Snapchat had its day in the sun. Facebook is still Facebook and they own Instagram, so Facebook and Instagram and Twitter are still the big 3. So that happened because social media wasn't what it is now. Now it's so well established that the barrier to create something better is so high that even though people are on Rumble, and yeah, I'm pretty sure Tim Pool and Steven Crowder and all them, they do stream to Rumble every day.
Yeah, but it's not their main focus.
But it's not any.
You know, let's equate it to Facebook is Ford in 1968, and Instagram is GM, and Twitter is Chrysler, right? The big three. They were the big three. Nobody in the United States bought cars anywhere else. And then what happened in the 70s? They just started making shit cars. And then the Japanese came in. They made a better product. And everybody bought them. And all those guys went bankrupt. So I could see somebody coming in as the big three get more and more complacent and more fascist, that people will just go
and this
something
happened,
new, and which
literally
is what's
happened
happening
this year. Not this year, this decade with TikTok. It literally took plenty of viewers from Facebook, especially from Facebook, by the way.
But here's the difference. This is why we were talking about the government and whether it's really a private company. And the fact is that we just heard from his own mouth Zuckerberg say that the FBI told him to do this and they did it. And so they get favor. They get throttled. They get they get the perks of being in bed with the establishment. In a free capitalist society, then yes, we would be able to have an alternative. And you know, if you want to be on Truth Social, then you'd be able to but that's not how it works. That's an idealized version of the world that we want to live in, not the world that we do live in.
Exactly. Yeah, I like that.
So Tyler was saying, I don't know if Tyler's still here. Tyler's saying, when you get a chance, check HG's most recent post on Instagram. He completely misses the point. So let's see what this is all about.
So here's something I think you guys are going to enjoy.
You got audio?
Oh my God! Why this angle, please? Why?
Yes, I heard it. Yeah.
Andrew Tate, as you guys know,
what?
He was talking about the angle, and I said he wants to show off his double chins.
Oh yeah, that's a thing he always does. That's it. I mean, look at the thumbnail of this. He always takes those pictures.
Has been the talk of everybody recently. He got banned on all platforms, and a lot of people were defending him on the grounds of free speech. Very important, right? That we respect the free speech. Well,
why are you saying that? Like it's not something that we should respect. Like that's not sarcastic. Yes, Ethan, we should respect free speech.
Yeah. I wonder what those people think about this. Received a email today from Andrew's attorney asking us to cease and desist talking about him. That seems like, what about my free speech, Andrew? Everyone just kept on defending you. This seems like a little bit of a snowflake.
He just got played.
I gotta admit, he's not wrong.
Yeah.
No. I would love to see the actual cease and desist. I'm sure it doesn't say, please don't talk about my client. It probably says, you said A, B, and C, which are not factual.
It's probably about the sex trafficking. Ah, damn it, I said that out loud. But it's probably about that. You're probably right.
Yeah, I know attorney's going to write a letter that says, oh, don't talk about my client. We're going to sue you.
All right, so I'm going to play this. I'm going to try and find the actual thing. So obviously we can't say that out loud, but yes. That
thing. I mean, top G, more like top P, ussy.
All right, so it says, if dear respondent, if you are represented by a legal counsel, please direct this firm presents Tate. It has been brought to our attention that Ethan Klein are involved in defamation, slander, or libel of character. It is definitely about the S trafficking. 100%. 100%. Because he was like, no, we there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He definitely did that. And then, of course, we heard the story on Tucker. Good call, Indie Film.
Giant pussy snowflake, bro. Woo! Yeah, so he wants me to cease and desist, but I'm basically saying cease and desist these nuts. You womanizing, misogynistic
Oh man, I wish you could say it in front of his face. Man.
Bye.
That's pathetic. And then look at the fucking comments. I don't know how well you can see. Can I zoom this in?
Facts. Papa bless.
Yeah. Oh, it will. Hold on. Yeah. W. Ethan. Papa bless. Facts. W. Ethan. W. Ethan. Let's go. New lawsuit dropping. Yeah, on Ethan. W. Ethan. True. He clearly doesn't know H3 collects wins in all the lawsuits. Oh my God. W after W. Sound the war horns. Here we go again. This is pathetic. This is pathetic.
Yeah.
Whenever I see Ethan posting this sort of bait with a lot of angry or annoyed fans in the comments, and this came big L, I just wish they knew or understood that the more drama there is, the better it is for him. Commenting on all his stuff is just engagement walking. Oh, I thought he was there. Yeah, that is definitely not a lawsuit that you're going to win. You directly said that there was no question about the fact that he was involved in what Tyler was talking about. So yeah, doesn't sound like a snowflake thing to me. I don't think definitely. I mean, that's a good. Whoever was asking before, that's another good line to draw when it comes to free speech. Calling for violence and defamation doesn't seem so arbitrary. What an idiot! What an idiot! So I think we're gonna close it down there, guys. I want to give you guys the floor to shout out your social media or anything else that you've got, including books or anything. Indie Film, you came up first, so the floor is yours.
Oh, I just want you guys to go over to Rumble and watch the IndianJesus. And he's big over there. And remember, no matter where you go, there you are.
Beautiful, beautiful. All right, buddy. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you coming up. And had some interesting conversations between the Ethan Klein stuff and what we're talking to Darshan. Very cool. Always a pleasure to see you, and I hope to see you on Friday. Peace out. All right, and Posital, you got final words for the people. The floor is yours, brother.
No, I just want to say, man, to you that, man, it's always great when you're streaming, And I wish one day you can, bring like, let's say 4 people and with different perspectives and have them debate about a topic,
We've done that before. Go check the library.
No, I mean, like a team, like a 2 versus 2. You know what I mean? It will be fun. It will be cool. But yeah, man, I love this. Man, I don't know IndianJesus, but I feel like it's gonna get bigger, man. Like you have what it takes. You know what I mean?
I'm open. You guys are watching. You haven't hit the subscribe button. Please hit the subscribe button.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to get monetized in Twitch so I can start sending, a bit.
Hey, that Cash App is always open, but I appreciate you being here and just watching as well as coming up. That is always a positive for me. So thank you very much, brother. And again, hope to see you on Friday.
Yeah, man. Thank you. All right. Good night.
So again, we see that people will just say things. The craziest part about all of this is not that Ethan Klein was, being stupid about it. It was not that he did a podcast with Tim Dillon. The craziest part, oh, come on, hiccups, right? And the craziest part is the fact that he put up the cease and desist letter, and it specifically says defamation. But he's like, oh, they said I got to stop talking about him. Like, you know, I mean, look at all the comments about another lawsuit. Oh, we're gonna win. They know what defamation means. He's not confused, thinking that the lawyer's saying you're not allowed to talk about Andrew Tate. It very clearly says defamation. And you definitely defamed him by saying he absolutely was involved in this stuff. We just watched it. So rewind if you missed it. But unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be the last time that we talk about Ethan Klein on this channel. I hope it is. I would like to never think about this man again. But when shit goes down, I feel obligated to talk about it with you guys. I feel like we need to make sure that there's not, bullshit stories going around, and that we take a deeper look at things that people are just passing by. Specifically, like the fact that the legal letter said defamation in the video where Ethan lied about what was in the letter that he showed. But look at these thousands and thousands and thousands of people who didn't take the time to just pause it and read or determine whether or not, it was something legitimate. They're just followers. They just have worms for brains. You don't gotta think about it. That's their goal in life, to have to never think about anything. And it's sad. But if it was just that it was sad, then I wouldn't really give a shit. But it's more than that. These people have just as much power to shape society as you do. And when it comes to Ethan, he's got a lot more influence than any of us combined. He influences those thousands and thousands of people. Then they go out and talk to their friends. And if they don't have somebody like one of us to be like, hey, that's actually not really accurate. Let me show you what the reality is. Then that's just what they think. That's how we got to where we are. And that's why where we are is so crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know what we do. But all I can think to do is to continue coming here with you guys, talking about this stuff, and just exposing it. I don't think it's not like we did any, investigative journalism or anything. We're just looking at YouTube videos. But when you look with a careful eye, the same way as the video shows that Ethan is lying, most people just don't take that closer look. So that's what we do. We take a little bit of a closer look. And you know what? We have a good-ass time while we're doing it. Well, I don't know about you guys. I'm having a good-ass time. I fucking love hanging out with you guys. And that is why I don't want the party to ever end. And it never has to. It never has to. In the description is a link for the Discord server. And that is just us. You don't have to worry about getting banned from overlords or anything. I'm the Mark Zuckerberg. I'm the Parag, whatever the fuck his name is. I'm the Susan Wojcicki of that server. And I'm not promising I won't ban you. If you're a piece of shit, I'm going to ban you. But I'm not going to ban you because you said mean things. I hope you don't need to say mean things. But as a friend group that is continually growing, we're going to have disagreements, and we fight that shit out. And then we shake hands at the end. That's how it should be. And again, we don't have much influence to make the world like that, but we can make our world like that. So definitely, thank you, Darshan. thank you for coming up. Always a pleasure. Remember, check out his channel. I'm going to be checking out the part 2 of what he did earlier right after this. Yeah, I mean, there's it's never going to end. You're never going to get to the end of stupid people. But what we can do is raise the bar of what is acceptable. You should be ashamed. You should be ashamed of yourself if you act like Ethan Klein. You should be ashamed of yourself. And that's not how it is. People will act exactly like Ethan without the excuse of having a million people watching what he does and egging him on. Just on their lonesome, they will be just as stupid and just as arrogant. But if you don't bow down to their level, then eventually we will come out on top. Eventually, the good guys will win. I hope. I don't know for sure. Nobody got a crystal ball, but I hope. So like I said, go join the Discord. From the moment I am done here, you'll be able to get me there. We got a bunch of cool people in there. We're doing weekly watch parties. We're watching House of the Dragon together every Sunday. And then we just started. We only did one episode so far of a Game of Thrones rewatch. So if that is your bet, if you like Game of Thrones or if you've never seen Game of Thrones, we're doing watch parties. Among other cool shit. Also in the description and rolling across the bottom of that screen, we have the support links. That's right, it is not free to do this, and my job is shitty right now. So if you could help me out, I would super, super appreciate that. But you don't have to do that. There's so many free ways to help me out just by being here. That's free, and you're helping me out. It's also free to like, to comment, to subscribe, to ring the bell, to share it with your friends, and to have these conversations outside of this platform. That's really what I want from you guys. But even if you don't want to do any of that shit, and you just want to sit at home and think about how great I am and how awesome this channel is, that'd be okay too. Until next time, guys, I'm your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, I am out of here. Peace.